The Sultanate of Oman is witnessing a rapid technological transformation in the midst of the fourth industrial revolution. It relies on data to implement innovative services through the use of artificial intelligence, cloud computing, and the Internet of Things to revolutionize the way organizations work and accelerate business growth in an unprecedented way. These technological advancements pave the way for a digital enabler to help businesses bridge the gap from where they are today to reach goals of Vision 2040 in Oman. We at Oman Data Park are here to help you get there with a team of internationally qualified local technology experts, engineers, and solution architects. Our ultimate aim is to enable you to drive innovation and digital transformation to achieve Oman's Vision 2040. We come to you with a decade of technological achievements that have enabled over 800 local and international customers, benefiting from agile data center solutions covering cloud, infrastructure, and cybersecurity services. Starting in 2012 as a managed services and co-location services provider with a data center in Mutayya, we quickly grew to be the only Tier 3 provider with 3 data centers in Oman, with addition of Rusail and Duqm, as well as offering disaster recovery and backup solutions. Our progress continued with the addition of enhanced security services, public cloud, and a dedicated cybersecurity center. The arrival of advanced cloud solutions made us the only provider of Microsoft Azure and the only virtual data center, Nebula, as well as the accreditation by MTC in appreciation of the cloud and security services we offer. The tech advancements continued as we introduced Nebula AI with NVIDIA technologies, as well as our support to help customers transform to Oracle Cloud infrastructure. With our evolving technology, continuous innovation, we enable organizations to optimize performance, empower employees, and meet their goals with digital enablement journey. We continuously strive to deliver on our promise to enable the digital transformation of Oman through our customers while complying with the Sultanate's regulations on data sovereignty. Our powerful solutions backed by premium SLA-based services include infrastructure as a service, cloud solutions, platform as a service, software as a service, managed security services, professional services. We endeavor to support the Omani SME sector, enabling them to build technological advancements to enhance their performance and increase competitiveness. Our journey to the future continues to enable your digital transformation. We strive to become one of the top 10 managed service providers in the world by 2025 through the introduction of world-class technologies and artificial intelligence-led services. Oman Data Park, Oman's digital enabler. The Sultanate of Oman is witnessing a rapid technological transformation in the midst of the fourth industrial revolution. It relies on data to implement innovative services through the use of artificial intelligence, cloud computing, and the Internet of Things to revolutionize the way organizations work and accelerate business growth in an unprecedented way. These technological advancements pave the way for a digital enabler to help businesses bridge the gap from where they are today to reach goals of Vision 2040 in Oman. We at Oman Data Park are here to help you get there with a team of internationally qualified local technology experts, engineers, and solution architects. Our ultimate aim is to enable you to drive innovation and digital transformation to achieve Oman's Vision 2040. We come to you with a decade of technological achievements that have enabled over 800 local and international customers, benefiting from agile data center solutions covering cloud, infrastructure, and cybersecurity services. Starting in 2012 as a managed services and co-location services provider with a data center in Mutayya, we quickly grew to be the only Tier 3 provider with 3 data centers in Oman, with addition of Rosail and Duqm, as well as offering disaster recovery and backup solutions. Our progress continued with the addition of enhanced security services, public cloud, and a dedicated cybersecurity center. The arrival of advanced cloud solutions made us the only provider of Microsoft Azure and the only virtual data center, Nebula, as well as the accreditation by MTC in appreciation of the cloud and security services we offer. The tech advancements continued as we introduced Nebula AI with NVIDIA technologies, as well as our support to help customers transform to Oracle Cloud infrastructure. With our evolving technology, continuous innovation, we enable organizations to optimize performance, empower employees, and meet their goals with digital enablement journey. We continuously strive to deliver on our promise to enable the digital transformation of Oman through our customers while complying with the Sultanate's regulations on data sovereignty. Our powerful solutions backed by premium SLA-based services include infrastructure as a service, cloud solutions, platform as a service, software as a service, managed security services, professional services. We endeavor to support the Omani SME sector, enabling them to build technological advancements to enhance their performance and increase competitiveness. Our journey to the future continues to enable your digital transformation. We strive to become one of the top 10 managed service providers in the world by 2025 through the introduction of world-class technologies and artificial intelligence-led services. Oman Data Park, Oman's digital enabler.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله جليل النعم باعث الهمم ذي الجود والكرم، ثم الصلاة والسلام التامان الأكملان على خير البرية وأزكى البشرية محمد بن عبد الله صلى الله على صحبه ومن والاه. أما بعد، راعي الحفل سعادة الدكتور علي الشيذاني وكيل وزارة النقل والاتصالات وتقنية المعلومات للاتصالات وتقنية المعلومات، نتقدم إليكم بكل الاحترام والتقدير على رعاية هذا الحدث وجهودكم المبذولة، فشكراً على دعمكم المستمر. أصحاب السعادة، ضيوفنا الأجلاء، أيها الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. They say that process data is information, and process information is knowledge, and process knowledge is wisdom. My name is Wi'am Al-Kindi, Project Assistant and Government Lead for the COMEX series of events. And it gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you today to the second Big Data and Analytics Meet, organized by Arabian Research Bureau as part of the COMEX series of events. Today, great minds are gathered here to share knowledge and discuss the next major trends in big data and analytics, as well as the challenges that lie ahead in building an efficient, data-driven organization. As the significance of data and the professions associated with its architecture, infrastructure, and management are critical for building a reliable digital government or company, this event will help transform mega transformation goals for Oman's Vision 2040. Questions like, what are the modern-day concerns in data security? What is Oman's position with advanced data infrastructure and platforms? What is your strategy in building an intelligent, data-driven business will be answered. After a very successful turnout of COMEX this year, COMEX 2023 aims to be bigger and better. Held from the 22nd to the 25th of May next year, the largest official technology show in Oman aims to bring together industry leaders and decision makers to embrace future technologies. We are happy to announce that COMEX is going international and will lead global tech communities to Bahrain in 2023 for the historic launch of COMEX Bahrain, the first edition of the tech exhibition outside of Muscat. It will take place from 12 to 14 September, seeking to boost digital transformation in Bahrain. The COMEX team would like to extend their gratitude to all members of the advisory board, and we extend a special thanks to Dr. Salim Al-Rizaiqi, Chairman of the Oman IT Society and the COMEX Advisory Board. Dr. Salim has always supported COMEX throughout the years, and we greatly appreciate his continued support and guidance. Now, please welcome our keynote speaker for today, Mr. Hamdan Al-Alawi, the Director of AI and Advanced Technology Development Program at the Ministry of Transport, Communication and Information Technology.
السلام عليكم، صباح الخير جميعا. سعيد تواجد اليوم معكم سعادة الدكتور علي الشيذاني المحترم، وكيل وزارة النقل والاتصالات وتقنية معلومات للاتصالات وتقنية معلومات. الحضور الكريم، بداية استهل الحديث هذا بالتعريف بهذا البرنامج الوطني للذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات المتقدمة. هذا البرنامج تم استحداثه من ضمن هيكلة وزارة النقل والاتصالات وتقنية المعلومات مؤخرا في التعديلات الأخيرة اللي صارت في وزارة النقل والاتصالات وتقنية المعلومات. هذا البرنامج يعنى بصياغة استراتيجية وطنية للذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات المتقدمة معنا في سلطنة عمان. جلالة السلطان هيثم بن طارق حفظه الله ورعاه أشار في أول خطاب له لأهمية الذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات المتقدمة، وربطها أيضا بالاقتصاد الوطني، وهذا يمثل نظرة ثاقبة من لدن جلالته لأهمية الذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات المتقدمة في شتى مجالات اقتصادية في البلد. أيضا جاءت رؤية عمان 2040 وضعت مؤشرات معينة لقياس أداء قطاع الاتصالات وتقنية المعلومات معنا في سلطنة عمان. فوضعت عدة مؤشرات لقياس أداء هذا القطاع. المؤشر الأول هو مؤشر الجاهزية الشبكية معنا في السلطنة، وأيضا مؤشر تطور الخدمات الحكومية الإلكترونية، ومؤشر مستقبل الإنتاج. أيضا تم إضافة مؤشر رابع وهو مؤشر مساهمية قطاع الاتصالات وتقنية المعلومات في الناتج المحلي الإجمالي معنا في سلطنة عمان. حاليا مساهمة هذا القطاع هي لا تتعدى 2%. الطموح أن يصل هذه المساهمة إلى 5% في عام 2040 و3% في 2025 قريبا يعني إن شاء الله تعالى. لتحقيق هذه المؤشرات ومعايير الأداء التي وضعت لهذه الوزارة، قامت الوزارة بإصدار برنامج الاقتصاد الرقمي. هدف برنامج الاقتصاد الرقمي الأساسي هو تمكين شتى القطاعات الإنتاجية باستخدام التقنيات الحديثة بشكل عام. الهدف تمكين هذه القطاعات هي لزيادة إنتاجية هذه القطاعات، تقليل التكاليف ومساهمتها في نمو والتوسع في مجالات أخرى. يتضمن برنامج الاقتصاد الرقمي على 3 محاور أساسية. المحور هو تسريع التحول الرقمي للحكومة الإلكترونية، وهنا نتكلم عن رقمنة الحكومة بشكل عام، دمج الأنظمة والخروج وتبسيط الإجراءات وتكامل البيانات أيضا بين جميع الجهات الحكومية. أيضا تعزيز المجتمع الرقمي، وهنا نتكلم عن بناء القدرات في المجتمع وعمل برامج تدريبية وتأهيلية للكفاءات العمانية. أيضا رقمنة الأعمال في القطاع الاقتصادي والاستراتيجية المختلفة معنا في السلطنة من خلال الاستفادة من التقنيات الناشئة في هذه القطاعات. فلو نظرنا إلى هذه الصورة بشكل عام نتكلم عن بناء القطاعات، عن أفراد، عن حكومة، أيضا عن قطاع أعمال. فالاقتصاد الرقمي يشمل جميع هذه المحاور الثلاثة الأساسية. طبعا كجزء من برنامج الاقتصاد الرقمي تضمن 8 برامج تنفيذية من ضمن الاقتصاد الرقمي. بعض هذه البرامج هي موجودة معنا في وزارة النقل والصناعة وتقنية المعلومات، وبرامج أخرى هي متوزعة على الجهات الحكومية بحسب اختصاصات هذه البرامج. فمثلا برنامج التجارة الإلكترونية هو ينفذوه الأخوة في وزارة التجارة والصناعة وترويج الاستثمار. برنامج الذكاء الاصطناعي والبيانات موجود في وزارة معنا. فهذه البرامج في 8 برامج مختلفة تم توزيع هذه البرامج على الجهات الحكومية المختلفة بحسب اختصاصات هذه الجهات الحكومية. فتنفيذ هذا البرنامج الاقتصاد الرقمي هي ليش فقط تختص بالوزارة، ولكن هو أيضا متوزع على الجهات الحكومية جميعا. وزارة دورها هنا هي الإشراف على تنفيذ هذا البرنامج وتذليل أي تحديات قد تواجه تنفيذ هذا البرنامج. هذا الشكل المختصر يوضح لنا ارتباط الرؤية بالقطاعات المختلفة، وأيضا برامج تنفيذية وارتباطها بالجهات التي تنفذ هذه البرامج. من ضمن برامج التنفيذية مثل ما ذكرنا في برنامج الاقتصاد الرقمي هو برنامج الذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات المتقدمة. رؤية هذا البرنامج اللي هي بناء ميزة تنافسية لسلطنة عمان في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات المتقدمة. هذه الميزة قد تكون في التصنيع، قد تكون في القدرات، قد تكون في أي مجالات التي تتعلق بالذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات المتقدمة. هذا البرنامج تم إصداره مؤخرا في الوزارة في شهر أكتوبر اللي طاف، والبرنامج متوفر على موقع الوزارة لأي أحد يريد يطلع عليه بشكل تفصيلي. طبعا يهدف البرنامج هو لتكامل الجهود ما بين الجهات الحكومية المختلفة، ويكون في مرجع معنا في البلد لأي شخص أو جهة حكومية مهتمة بموضوع الذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات المتقدمة. هذا التكامل راح ينتج عنه برامج مختلفة في بناء القدرات، أيضا في تحفيز القطاعات المختلفة بتقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات المتقدمة. أيضا في هناك أيضا مبادرات تختص بتطوير التعليم، وأيضا مبادرات أخرى بإيجاد بيئة تشريعية وتنظيمية محفزة للذكاء الصناعي والتقنيات المتقدمة في السلطنة. برنامج وطني للذكاء الصناعي والتقنيات، برنامج تنفيذ الذكاء الصناعي والتقنيات المتقدمة ركز على عدة قطاعات. القطاعات المستهدفة في البرنامج هذا هي نفس القطاعات المستهدفة في رؤية عمان 2040. فهو ركز على قطاعات التنويع الاقتصادي، وهنا نتكلم عن قطاع اللوجستي، قطاع الصناعة، قطاع المالي والمصرفي، قطاع الطاقة، وقطاع الثقافة والسياحة، وقطاع الثروة السمكية، وقطاعات التعدين. أيضا بجانب قطاع التنمية الاقتصادي ركز أيضا على القطاعات الأساسية اللي هي التعليم والصحة والأمن والدفاع وغيرها من القطاعات الأساسية. المشهد العام بشكل عام في سلطنة عمان في هناك 3 مستويات للذكاء الاصطناعي معنا في البلد. في هنا في مستوى اللي هي الطبقة الأساسية اللي هي تتضمن أهم الركائز الأساسية اللي تحتاجها أي تطبيق ذكاء اصطناعي. فهنا نتكلم عن نتكلم عن البيانات والاتصالات والحوسبه والورقه الالكترونيه واجهزه الاشعار. فهذه اي تطبيق ذكاء اصطناعي يحتاج لهذه البنيه الاساسيه حتى يتم تنفيذه. الطبقه اللاحقه هي طبقه التقنيات، ونتكلم عن تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي التي قد تستخدم في هذا التطبيق. قد يكون تقنيه واحده او يكون عده تقنيات تتكامل مع بعض في هذه المنظومه. الطبقة الأخيرة هي طبقة التطبيقات، ونتكلم عن الشات بوت اللي هي تطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي بشكل عام، اللي هي طيران طيار، مساعدات آلي، ذكاء الأعمال وغيرها من تطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي اللي يمكن أن كنتاج للطبقات السابقة. ممكنات سلطنة عمان في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي. عمان الحمد لله تزخر بالعديد من الممكنات اللي يمكن تستفيد منها تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي وتقنيات متقدمة معنا في السلطنة. أول ممكن هو اتصالات واسعة نطاق عن طريق الكابل البحرية، فعندي عدد كبير من الكابلات البحرية التي تربط سلطنة عمان بالعالم الخارجي، وهذه الكابلات يمكن أن يبنى عليها عديد من مراكز البيانات. وأيضا شيء جيد الإشارة عليه اليوم أن هذه مراكز البيانات اللي تبنى كونها تحتاج الكثير من الطاقة، فاليوم بدأنا نسمع عن الكثير من الأفكار أو العديد من المبادرات في مجال الطاقة المتجددة. فوجود الطاقة المتجددة مع وجود مراكز بيانات مع وجود كابلات بحرية، فنقدر نقول عمان قد يكون هب جيد لاحتضان العديد من مراكز بيانات هنا معنا في السلطنة. أيضا عندنا عدد كبير من الخارجين في مجال تقنية المعلومات والاتصالات، وهذا بدوره يعني يسهل عملية تطوير هذا الخارجين وتوجيههم إلى تقنيات معينة في الذكاء الاصطناعي من خلال توفير بعض البرامج التدريبية وغيرها. أيضا الحمد لله الحمد عندنا استقرار سياسي وموقع جغرافي، وأيضا تنوع في البيئات الاقتصادية، وهذا بدوره يمنحنا فرصة للخروج بالعديد من المنتجات المتعلقة بالذكاء الاصطناعي. فعندنا البيئات البحرية، عندنا البيئات الصعبة، عندنا الضوء الشمس القوي، عندنا تنوع اقتصادي كبير مع سلطنة عمان. فيمكن من خلال استخدام تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات المتقدمة كممكنات في شتى المجالات الاقتصادية، قد يمكننا من خروج منتجات معينة لاحقا نقدر نصدرها إلى الدول الأخرى. في عندنا الحين يعني مثل اليوم عندنا عديد من الجهات أو القطاعات اللي بادرت باستخدام تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي في شتى مجالات أعمالها. فعندنا في قطاع الصحة بدينا نسمع عن تشخيص مبكر لبعض الأمراض المعينة كسرطان الثدي والتشخيص القرنية لبعض الأمراض. أيضا عندنا في مجال الطاقة اللي هي الصيانة الاستباقية لبعض الأجهزة لديهم في قطاع الطاقة في مجال النفط والغاز، وأيضا استخدام درونز في مراقبة خطوط نقل النفط وخطوط الكهرباء. أيضا في المجال الزراعي لدينا بعض الاستخدامات التقنيات في مجال التعرف على الآفات ورش المبيدات الحشرية، وأيضا تلقيح بعض الأشجار. وأيضا في مجال الخدمات العامة أيضا بعض التطبيقات أيضا في مجال الخدمات لإعدادات الماء والكهرباء الذكية. طبعا البرنامج تنفيذ الذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات المتقدمة ركز على 4 محاور أساسية. المحور الأول هو يختص بتشجيع أو استخدام تعزيز إنتاجية القطاعات الاقتصادية المستهدفة في التنويع الاقتصادي. المحور الثاني هو بناء القدرات في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات المتقدمة. وأيضا المحور الثالث يتعلق بتعزيز استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي في القطاعات الأساسية. ومحور الرابع بطبيعة الحال هو حوكمة استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي برؤية محورها الإنسان. ففي المحور الأول اللي هو تعزيز إنتاجية القطاعات مستهدفة التنويع الصادي، فهنا نتكلم عن تبني الذكاء الاصطناعي في القطاعات ذات الأثر الاجتماعي والاقتصادي الكبير، وأيضا تعزيز توطين تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي من خلال البحث والتطوير في خوارزميات وأدوات الذكاء الاصطناعي. أيضا نشر تقنيات أو شبكات الاتصال القادرة على التعامل مع متطلبات واحتياجات نقل البيانات في الذكاء الاصطناعي، وتعزيز استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي في الأمن السيبراني. وأيضا دعم ترقية البنية الأساسية أو البنية الأساسية السحابية حتى يكون من استخدامها في مجالات الذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات المتقدمة. المحور الثاني نتكلم عن تنمية القدرات البشرية في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات المتقدمة. هنا نتحدث عن جذب المهارات أو المواهب في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات المتقدمة، وهي تطلب منا إقرار حوافز معينة لجذب هذه المواهب حتى نقدر نستفيد منها معنا في بناء منظومات الذكاء الاصطناعي. أيضا تشجيع الابتكار وريادة الأعمال من خلال بناء شراكة ما بين القطاع الحكومي والقطاع الخاص، وأيضا إعطاء بعض المشتريات الحكومية للمؤسسات الصغيرة والمتوسطة حتى تقدر أنها تستمر في تقديم حلولها لجهات مختلفة. أيضا إطلاق برامج تدريبية بالمشتركة ما بين القطاع الحكومي وأيضا الشركات الكبرى النشطة في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات المتقدمة. ويمكن أنتم سمعتوا عن برنامج مكين اللي أطلقته أيضا الوزارة، ويتضمن بعض الجزئيات بعض البرامج التدريبية متعلقة بالذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات المتقدمة. المحور الثالث هو تبني الذكاء الاصطناعي في القطاعات الأساسية، وهنا نتكلم عن تطبيق الذكاء الاصطناعي في الخدمات الأساسية التي لها تعاون مباشر مع المواطنين. أيضا تطوير مجموعة من الخدمات الذكاء الاصطناعي التي تسهل تبادل البيانات ما بين الجهات الحكومية لتسريع عملية التحول الرقمي وتسريع تقديم خدماتها بشكل أفضل ما بين الجهات الحكومية. المحور الرابع اللي هو محاور برنامج تنفيذ الذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات المتقدمة، نتكلم عن حوكمة الذكاء الاصطناعي، وهنا نتكلم عن القوانين والتشريعات وتحديثها بما يتوائم واحتياجات الذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات المتقدمة المتغيرة بطبيعة الحال. طبعا البرنامج هذا تضمن عدة مبادرات متعلقة بتعزيز استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي والبيانات. نتكلم عن بعض المبادرات اللي قد تكون يعني تسهل استخدام البيانات معنا في السلطنة. ففي توجه معنا لإنشاء منصة لإدارة البيانات الوطنية وإتاحة البيانات مفتوحة لشتى الجهات التي تتطلب عملها وجود هذه البيانات. أيضا عندنا مبادرة لمؤامرة استراتيجية بيانات وطنية وخطة عمل بيانات مفتوحة. مثل ما تعرفون أن استراتيجية البيانات الوطنية أصدرت قبل فترة معينة من الأخوة في مركز إحصاء المعلومات، وأيضا في عندنا احنا كوزارة خطة للبيانات مفتوحة في متكاملة بين الجهات حتى تصل البيانات متوفرة للجهات اللي تحتاج هذه البيانات. أيضا تطوير شبكات مرن عالية وقادرة على دعم مجموعة واسعة من خدمات التواصل والاتصالات، وهذه المبادرة هي مبادرة مشتركة ما بين برنامج تنفيذ الذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات المتقدمة وأيضا برنامج البنية الأساسية اللي هي أيضا جزء من مبادرات برنامج الاقتصاد الرقمي. أيضا تنظيم حوكمة بيانات وطنية من خلال إنشاء قاموس البيانات الوطنية بهدف توحيد توحيد معايير أنظمة البيانات الحكومية، إنشاء بوابة وطنية لدعم البنية التحتية للبيانات، تسهيل التعلم الآلي للأنظمة والآلات، وإدارة وإنشاء مجموعة كبيرة من البيانات الوطنية تسهيل تطوير خوارزميات وأدوات الذكاء الاصطناعي. أيضا في بعض المبادرات المرتبطة بتطوير كفاءات وطنية متخصصة في علوم البيانات وتقنية الذكاء الاصطناعي لهدف تنفيذ بعض المشاريع التي يحتاجها القطاعات المختلفة، وأيضا تنظيم مسابقات وفعاليات تشجيع البحث والتطوير في تقنية الذكاء الاصطناعي باستخدام البيانات المتوفرة من خلال المبادرات التي سبق ذكرها، وأيضا دعم تأسيس جمعية أو نادي متخصص في علوم البيانات والذكاء الاصطناعي. فهذه جميع البيانات هي متوفرة في جزء من برنامج تنفيذ الذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات المتقدمة. كوزارة أيضا احنا أطلقنا عدة سياسات متعلقة بحوكمة الذكاء الاصطناعي والبيانات. أطلقنا سياسة استخدام أنظمة الذكاء الاصطناعي وسياسة البيانات المفتوحة، أيضا سياسة الحوسبة السحابية أولا ودليل استرشادي لإنترنت الأشياء، وأصدرنا أيضا رخصة استخدام البيانات المفتوحة. حاليا يتم العمل على تحديث بعض هذه السياسات التي أصدرت سابقا، كنا في العديد من التغيرات صار من آخر إصدار لهذه السياسات، فتم إنشاء يتم حاليا العمل على إنشاء منصة وطنية موحدة للبيانات وتحديث الدليل الاسترشادي لإنترنت الأشياء وتحديث سياسات حوكمة البيانات، وأيضا العمل على النسخة الثانية من رخص استخدام البيانات المفتوحة، والعمل على إصدار سياسة مشاركة البيانات الحكومية، والعمل على تنفيذ منصة بيانات الأقمار الصناعية المفتوحة. في نهاية هذا العرض أتمنى لكم التوفيق إن شاء الله في هذا اليوم، وسعيد بتواجدي معكم. وفي أي استفسار متعلق بالمبادرة الوطنية مبادرة الذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات المتقدمة احنا موجودين وفي الخدمة. شكرا جزاكم الله خير.
Thank you, Mr. Hamdan, for delivering the keynote speech. I would now like to welcome on stage Mr. Amr Baabood, CEO of Arabian Research Bureau and the OITE Group, to deliver a welcome address and moderate the panel discussion.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Hamdan, for that speech about AI and the fourth industrial revolution and how that's going to help many of our industries in and beyond. How is my volume? Is it okay? Yes? Okay, great. Hamdan was representing MTCIT, of course, speaking about how the strategy can help to support, including the startup. Your Excellency, Dr. Ali Shidani, Undersecretary of Communications and Information Technology at MTCIT. Your Excellency, Dr. Bakit Al-Mahri, Undersecretary of Higher Education and the Ministry. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, thank you for being here today for the second event on big data. An important topic, otherwise we wouldn't have done it for 2 years in a row. It is an emerging technology. New methods and ways of using this tool keep developing all the time. And it's great to have people here from different sectors who can use case studies, inspire others, and teach all of us how we can use the enormous amounts of data which we have, how to store them, how to analyze them, and how to make decisions. This event is about knowledge, networking, and of course the achievement as we celebrate success in the Big Data Awards with all the trophies waiting here for many of the great organizations have held in big data. I would like to thank the sponsor again for being here today and for sponsoring this event. We have Amman Data sponsor for 2 years in a row, actually. So thank you to Amman Data Park. And then we have all the way from Poland in the Omani market, and we're very proud to have this Polish with us here today. Also, I want to thank Dr. Salem and the OITS Oman, who is a strong partner for being here today, Dr. Salem. So this big data and analytics meet is part of the COMEX series. As my colleague Wiam had mentioned, COMEX has had some good success this year, and the response for next year so far is overwhelming. As you might know, is a 32-year journey for the last 30, bringing together government, academia, and businesses. So I'm very happy that this event is continuing, and we're launching the series focusing on ICT and technology, and bringing in all the key sectors to educate, to innovate, and to inspire. As you will know, we are launching for COMEX. We're launching COMEX in Bahrain for the first time. Bahrain has recently opened their beautiful center just last month, and we're very keen to work with all of you here, with our Bahraini partners and also our Saudi partners on this event. So we're very excited to take you all to Bahrain, and I look forward to seeing you all there next year, September. So back to the topic of big data. I want to speak to you a little bit about, it might surprise you, Omani Halwa. As you can see here on the screen. Oman's favorite dessert. And what's Oman's favorite flavor of halwa? Can anyone guess? Saffron, yes. And how do we know that? Data. Sales show that the most bought type of halwa is saffron. It's the number one by far. But when they started selling the spices in the shops, saffron fell to maybe 4th or 5th position. Why did that happen? What's the reason for this? The reason is, when you make a bigger version of halwa, usually the whole family has to agree, or the whole group has to agree. And saffron is everyone's second favorite flavor. You can buy smaller quantities for an individual. You're free to choose what you want, your first favorite flavor, which is not saffron. You can get your first choice. Something you couldn't see. The point here is that more data doesn't just let you see more, it lets you see different, it lets you see, especially when you have different data sets and you're using analytics to. In this case, it allows us to see what Oman's favorite halwa is. But this can be used in different sectors, different industries. I might disappoint you, the story I told you wasn't true. I don't have any data about halwa sales in Oman. This story is based on a study in the US about pies, but I adapted it to make it more relevant to Oman. So sorry about this. You can go back to the data page now. So data has become more liquid, more fluid, more easily. It's easily stored, it's easily shared. It's easily analyzed and filtered. We can spot trends, highlight inefficiencies, and find solutions and correct them. The insights enable us to do the most important thing, which is to make well-informed and immediate decisions at the highest levels. Big data and algorithms will challenge the workforce, which is a professional, knowledge-based workforce, the same way that automation completely changed the blue-collar workforce in the past. And for this reason, I really want to commend His Excellency Dr. Ali and the Ministry for all the training that is going on to train up to 10,000 Omanis in the first phase in IT. So please, everyone, give him a big round. This will help to reduce the challenges and also help us to achieve some of the opportunities which are available to us. This tool, big data, is fast developing, like I've mentioned. It's disruptive, and it's a reason that we're still talking about it today, and we will keep talking about it for years to come. We're only just scratching the surface, so it's up to us to remain up to date to really get the. So this event for the next 2 days on different areas within the big data realm, including advanced data structures and platforms, advanced AI, data policy, strategy, building an intelligent business, and monetization. I'll begin with before we move on to the awards. I'd like to call Engineer Maqbool Al-Wahabi, CEO of Oman Data Park. Of course, as Engineer Maqbool, leader in data centers in the country are required. Khalid is a founder and managing director of Impact Integrated. He is an startup advisor. Next is Ingrid Anderson. Senior Associate and Vice President of ICED and Global Forum. She is a global expert in data science and data tech. Saud Zakwani, Head of Data Science at PDO, with the biggest use of tech use in an oil industry in the country. And finally, Mohammed Al-Shanawani, Regional Sales Leader, Hybrid Cloud, Data and AI, and Automation at IBM. Global Solutions and Technology Provider. Thank you everyone for being here on this panel. We will now begin with a discussion. So I'll be starting with Engineer Maqbool. Engineer, please can you explore how cloud can leverage data analytics?
Okay, thank you, Amr. Thank you. Thanks for everyone to be here. It's a pleasure to talk to you. And we are no experts. We are just trying to explore and basically share as much knowledge as possible from our side. مثل ما يقولوا لا يفتى وما لكم في المدينة. دكتور علي, Dr. Salim, and البقية, you might be more knowledgeable in this field than we are. So I'm not gonna basically act as an expert in the AI and big data, but I'll basically share some of the challenges and basically some of the inputs from the market side. Cloud and AI are very much connected. Cloud is actually, to me, is the first journey towards AI. It's the first journey towards big data. Just to bring to basically have a context on the area of big data and analysis and AI. There's a lot of acronyms, and it's confusing us all, and we don't know where to fit what. So if you can imagine, there is 4 stages conceptually. And it begins with the data sources. From the data sources, you need to build what we call data lakes. And to connect data sources to data lakes, you need what we call data pipes and data bridge. And then you take the data lakes into data analysis, where you can build patterns. And from there, you can generate what we call AI and machine learning. This is like in a simplistic form. So there's a lot of details there. We don't want to bore you to death with the details, but this is like the 4 stages. So before all this, cloud is actually where the journey all starts because of 2 reasons. The first is the centralization of data, which makes it possible to connect the data together. And the second is the economy of scale that cloud services actually provide. And what we mean by economy of scale is the financial impacts that that it has from a TCO perspective over a corporate itself. So there's a lot of saving, if you like, 40-45% saving when you move to cloud. So without cloud, it's going to be really hard for us to reach the stage of AI on its final form, if you like. You will have a decentralized, and things can get a little bit messy and complicated. And that's why, we are talking today about connected clouds rather than cloud itself. So we have like aisles of cloud internationally, and we are trying to connect these clouds together. And that's what Google, what Amazon, what other multinational companies are trying to do, and IBM. They are all trying to connect those clouds together in order to provide us with the best of breed AI at its final form, if you like.
Thank you so much for that concise answer, Engineer Maqbool. On how cloud can leverage data analytics. The next question is for Khalid Al-Huraybi. Khalid, welcome. Please, can you tell us what is a role that disruptive innovation plays in adopting best practice in advanced big data infrastructure and platforms?
Thank you very much, Amr, and I'm very happy to be here. And I'm really glad that we have at least one time a year where we learn from each other in a very important field that I think it will be the economy of not only the future, it's the economy of now, to be honest. And the role that I think disruptive innovation can play in helping our market pivot towards really benefiting from big data is, what I see, that there are two sides. There is a side in the Omani market where we are doing very well, which is positive, and there's a side that needs improvement. The side that I think is positive is all the wonderful work that has been going on, that was done by the Information Technology Authority and later by MTCIT. I am very impressed by the policy side, how much it's developed, and it's conducive for the other players to come and plug and play, and the big companies, the SMEs, the startups, the global players as well. One side that I see where we need improvement is the side of disruptive innovation. To reach disruptive innovation, what we really need is a moonshot. One big project that encourages all the players to invest in people, to invest in systems, to invest in what is it that really will help the market flourish. I remember our experience in this, that in 2019 and 2020, we were approached by authorities in Qatar through IVCA to provide them with hundreds of people, of system analysts, data architects, data analysts, data visualizers, and all sorts of things that would have helped the market flourish. But that was not possible because the gap is that when they needed startups with 10 years, with 5 years, with 7 years experience, our experience here was mostly 2 years to 3 years. So if we're going to adopt a disruptive innovation model, what we really need is one moonshot, one big project that will have that trickle-down effect where everyone will benefit. So far, it's the big data market in Oman is still a red ocean. Very small players going after very small contract without a well-articulated end result until now. So I think this is what we really need to benefit from disruptive innovation. What is in the 60s, President Kennedy said that they will put a man in the moon in 10 years. And no one believed him. And this is why they call it a moonshot. So I think someone here in the Sultanate needs to articulate in 10 years, how are we going to put not a man in the moon, but how are we going to articulate what kind of impact do we want from big data? Okay, we will bring the big data companies, we will have the system analysts, but to do what? Is it to create jobs of the future? Is it to create startups? So once we identify that, we need to articulate exactly where are we going to be after 10 years. Once we know where we're going to be after 10 years, then I think the story will become much easier for everyone to know what is my role. If I am a startup, I will look for this. If I'm a big player, if I'm the government. But right now, it's a little bit fragmented, and we need a moonshot.
Thank you so much for that, Khalid. Inshallah, we can find our moonshot. And if anyone has any moonshots, please let Khalid know. I think for the next, we have 2 days to find the moonshot. Is the Omani satellite, which is going up soon, is that something like a moonshot?
Yes, that's a great example. And there are 2 examples that I can think of. What you need in a moonshot, something that will make the investors ready to invest in the market, to invest in people, and to invest in systems, to invest in hardware, and to come here. Right now, the investors are being very traditional in looking at the Omani market. Dr. Salem, His Excellency Dr. Ali, they have been working very hard for the past few years to attract the investors who will help us to flourish. Why are they not coming, and why they will not come? Because something that we in the entrepreneurship and the startup world, we call the TAM, Total Addressable Market. What is the total addressable market that they will come to invest in? So without the TAM, investors will not come. So in examples such as the satellite, once the investors know that this is $100 billion market, and in Oman they will be able to invest and the return will be maybe $10 billion market, that's when they will come. Another example is the energy industry. It was just announced today, for example, that we have $140 billion investment between now and 2050. If we can agree with the energy industry that out of this $140 billion market for the next 2050 from now is, I was not very good in math in school.
28?
So,
No, 28.
So,
18.
so this $140 billion, what we need to do is explain to the investors that out of this $140 billion that the energy industry will spend in the hydrogen, and it's already official, and it's there in the blueprint, this is how much will be dedicated to the data side. This is how much is going to be dedicated to the whole information and communication technology. And only then will they be encouraged to come here. They will invest in what the PDO has pioneered as in-country value. They will invest in assets. They will invest in people. They will invest in developing goods and developing services, research, development, and innovation. We will judge them in these 5 to 6 things. So can we link the satellite industry, and can we link the hydrogen, the green hydrogen industry, and make it convincing and appealing to the investors? I think these are 2 examples that can be a moonshot.
Thank you, Khalid. And I think you touched upon research, which Engineer Makbul was discussing earlier this morning, the importance of research and how that needs to be, instead of trying to use surplus money on it, it should be one of the core strategies, I think, going forward. So thank you, Khalid. Moving on to Ingrid. Ingrid, looking into the future, what would you consider the big global trends in big data analytics, which we should consider the most important for the Gulf region?
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to be part of this interesting event on big data analytics. It's an honor to be here, and also with esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. So, looking into the future, looking into Oman and what can be the next trends, what should be considered really in order to meet the needs that we see in disruptive technology and artificial intelligence, machine learning, and others. Capacity building is definitely one, and I know that the ministry is doing a lot of work in this area, and we have to enhance everybody's skills in order to meet their needs and to meet the investors that Khalid mentioned. Because if we don't have the skills, we will not be able to take these opportunities forward, which are immense opportunities and which we definitely should work on. But we should also work on the education sector in total, because how can we know what kind of jobs are out there? We will not know. The future is uncertain because the knowledge development and the technology is moving faster than the education sector. So what we have to be working with is working with young kids, allow for experimentation, allow for openness, work a lot in teams, and have flexibility in different learning environments. We cannot be in a classroom situation day by day. We have to move outside of the classroom and also let the youth and the young to flourish and to be part of the journey at an early on stage. I think this is a very, very important step. And then I would like to mention also in terms of to be the readiness for what is about to come. I echo here the engineer Makbul in terms of the infrastructure. We need to have a robust infrastructure, otherwise nobody will come and invest. So the infrastructure and the satellites, the clouds, working out what kind of IoT platforms do we need for the future. We have already embedded 5G in Oman, and I'm very happy to see that development because this will drive a lot of effort. So much has been done, but we need to continuously work on the infrastructure issues and see that we have robust networks that everybody can play into, and the lakes that Engineer Makbul mentioned. So I just would like to say that these 3 items, the capacity building, the really looking at education at young age, and also the infrastructure would be key.
Thank you so much, Ingrid. The next question is for Mr. Saoud Al-Zakwani, and it's about data infrastructure. What are the big themes that you see across the space these days in data infrastructure?
Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity. It's a pleasure and an honor to share the podium with the CEO status, very well selected individuals from across the organizations. In the past and up to now, the changes that we have seen on our data infrastructure has been from a vision to what we are actually experiencing today in a very short period of time. Indicates on how fast we are actually moving in the space. I remember in 2012, I was presenting big data with a passion that we need to capitalize on this. On definition, 3 V's, we were challenged on complexity of volume, velocity, and unstructured variety of data. Most of our organization, some of the organization could tap onto it, but the infrastructure has not evolved yet to be able to address it. Today, looking back, any investment you put in on the data infrastructure already addresses the big data challenges. So that's one of the areas that we need to actually look back and say, okay, we've covered this, and let's look at what others we can address. Another area which I think is a very strategic pivot on our data infrastructure is the strategy of being able to decouple modular elements in the architecture itself. This allowed us, rather than looking at data infrastructure as a management system, we're currently looking at it as an ETL or ELT transformation. So your extractions, its own capability, its own complexities are being challenged with its own tools, your transformation, your loading, and each and every area. You might be very good at one area, not very good at the other, but then you're actually addressing your capabilities in your organization. I think this is the second. From a background of data science, I would also say what we are experiencing now and probably in the future on a platform on machine learning. Data infrastructures are evolving to be able to accommodate machine learning operations. ML ops is critical for any organization who wants to invest in AI. AI is not plug and play. AI needs constant retraining. Everything changes every single day, every single minute, every single hour. And if you are going to invest on an army to be able to adapt AI into the changes, then you are actually undermining your investment and undermining the return on investment that you're actually expecting from AI. ML Ops is a platform that manages to address the whole pipeline of machine learning models, where you can actually automatically understand data drifts, understand if things are changing, have strategic deployment of your models, understanding the past model, the accuracy, what you are actually deteriorating, what is actually needed to be trained. And it allows us to be able to scale AI and industrialize it. So these are the 3, I would think, of game changers that we have experienced, and she covered the future already. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Saoud, for that. Moving on to our final panelist, Mohammed Al-Shanawani. My question for you is to do with hybrid cloud, automation, data, and AI. What is the current regional demand and opportunities? And how does this reflect within Oman?
Assalamu alaikum. So I'll group the answer to 3 parts: the hybrid cloud part, the AI part, and then the automation part. I think hybrid cloud is becoming the dominant deployment for cloud in the region. According to lots of studies, 77% of the customers are adopting today hybrid cloud strategy. Surprisingly, most of our customers, they think that public cloud is the most adopted. Actually, 53% only is adopted by customers when it comes to public cloud. 49% in SaaS. And why hybrid cloud is important? Because it enables you to go to multi-cloud. It's not hybrid cloud to one cloud, but more hybrid multi-cloud strategy. When we go to our customers and survey them, and we tell them how many cloud relationships you have, they usually tell us we usually have 2. When we audit them and inspect them, we find out that they have at least 8 relationships. 8 relationships in different deployment, whether IaaS, whether SaaS, whether hybrid, whether public, they have more than 8 relationships. It is funny that 10 years ago, when Microsoft brought Microsoft 365, we're asking the customers, do you have a cloud strategy? They say no. You ask them, are you using Microsoft 365? Yes. Then you are a cloud customer. But they don't link it. Okay? So this is the reality of what's happening. If we look into customers and ask them how many SaaS applications you have, they will tell you we have approximately 100 SaaS applications. When we audit them, we find that they have more than 364 SaaS applications. So cloud is a reality, cloud is there. Hybrid multi-cloud would allow you to keep the control on-prem and then have the data on the cloud. When it comes to the local market and the hybrid multi-cloud strategy, it is very common in this market that customer would say, I would like to keep my data on-prem, but I want to have the compute happening on the cloud. Using cloud satellite and other technology, we can provide them the ability to be able to keep the data on-prem and run computing on the cloud, thus accelerating time to results and completing the business on time. So hybrid cloud is a reality. It's the most dominant and it's the most accepted and requested by customers. When it comes to AI, it was mentioned in the first presentation about the fourth revolution, fourth industrial revolution. Fourth industrial revolution, either you are part of it or either you accept to be left behind. It's happening. According to PwC, the AI-influenced market in the 4 GCC countries is totaling $45.9 billion by 2030. The total contribution of the AI, the Middle East and AI globally is only 2% by 2030. It's a market of $320 billion. AI-influenced market. So either you adopt AI today or you accept to be left behind. So very important to consider that part. I think I was impressed before coming. I looked at the Omanuna website and I looked at how the Omani government is portraying itself. I think they rank as 48th internationally and 6th in the Middle East. I think this is good. Certainly, it's a growth opportunity and you can grow. But again, the Omanuna initiative is clearly putting you on the right track. On the third part, which is automation, I think we like to say, to call it today, AI-powered automation. And automation comes in 3 parts. It comes business automation, IT automation, and also integration. There is no automation without integration. Omani market is doing very well when it comes to integration. But I think business automation and IT automation is a growth opportunity for the country. And I think the pandemic showed us very well that how you can achieve in a short amount of time. Some of our customers accelerated their digital transformation agenda by almost 10 years, only in the pandemic period. And I think this is a great achievement. So it's a growth opportunity where the country, the businesses, the government can do even better when it comes to that part. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you so much, Mohammed, and it's good to hear that you think that we are in a good position with lots of potential for growth. Thank you, Mohammed. Moving back to Engineer Maqbool Wahabi, the common phrase that data is worth more than oil or data equals oil. Can you explore that? Pass the mic. Unless you're Mr. Saud Zakwani, who is both in data and oil.
Maybe you can بعدين extend the discussion. ما عندي مشكلة. بالعكس, into oil and gas, and I think the oil and gas, by the way, are very much ahead of the game. صراحة, يعني I was impressed. Schlumberger had a great event like a month ago in Luzerne in Switzerland, and it was very impressive. on how they are actually gearing up on automating the oil and gas industry, starting from exploration into seismic processing, into also the well drilling. And just imagine a well can be drilled in another country just automatically without unmanned, if you like. And that is actually where they are moving towards to. And by the way, today we are working very closely with Schlumberger team on seeing how ways and means of enriching the oil and gas industry in Oman. We co-locate in Oman Dara Park. We co-located Schlumberger systems, AI systems, and I think they are doing a great job in penetrating the oil and gas industry. Now, going back to your question regarding the, what was the question?
Does data equal oil?
Yeah, that's where you dragged me into the oil, thing. So I forgot the data and I focused on oil. Basically, when we say data is oil, we mean a lot of things behind it. So it's basically the ways and means of how data can actually improves productivity, improves resilience, improves also the the TCO aspect, the total cost of ownership, on reducing your total cost, by factor of 45, and sometimes it goes to 50% actually. And so the more data you have, the better chance you can actually make use of it. So data in itself does not mean anything. Data, when data at rest, it has no impact. Actually, you need to take that data into another space of, let's say, as I explained earlier, through the 4 steps, the four layers, into building patterns, into machine learnings, into, again, the optimum goal is artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence is the automation of the pattern development that we do. So, and that is where AI becomes very much interesting. And that is where actually you can improve your GDP nationwide. Today, if you don't work towards AI, you're not going to improve your GDP nationally. Not today. Maybe this is something that you can do a decade ago, but not now. Now, the game changer is the artificial intelligence. If you have $1 today, please invest it in AI. I tell you, you're going to make a lot of money in 10 years' time, maybe 15, not 10. But then the contribution and the economical sense of it is through artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence can only happen if you have big data. And there are a lot of examples that's happening. Oil and gas is one of the examples, and I think PDO with its partners and Schlumberger and others are doing a great job in that area. There are also, the way that artificial intelligence can actually uplift our productivity as human beings. At the end of the day, what is economics? Economics is all about the productivity of a human being per hour basis. So if I have a human being works for 9 to 5 continuously, that is the contribution to the economy, that's the contribution to the GDP. Now, unfortunately, we are human beings. We cannot actually have that sustainable model of working 9 to 5 on a full capacity or full productivity, and that's why we are utilizing artificial intelligence and robotics for that. So with robotics today, we can extend the working hours, not from 9 to 5, we can have it 24/7. And by having that 24/7, that uplifts the man-hour productivity, which will contribute to the economy. And that's why the economy can actually can uplift itself. So as I said, the game changer is artificial intelligence, robotics, through machine learning. You can uplift your economics, and that's where we say data is considered to be the next oil.
So, is there anything you wanted to say on this?
Yes, I think it's a good point. I have heard data is equal to oil, data is the new currency. In relation to data and oil, I think it's the processing. So if you are in the oil and gas field, you know that you don't just dig for oil, you drill for oil, and the minute you get your barrels, the processing that it actually requires until it reaches your car or any other use of Oil itself is quite intensive. Data is exactly the same. So the processing until you actually have your insight is similar and relevant to data is equal to oil. But what I would also think it comes from value. With oil, we've been enjoying quite a good profit margin, and selling oil with the expense of drilling it when you have your really good buffer. Efficiency is very, what I would say, it comes into, we can do this because we can get way more. We don't need to do this because it's no value. Let's just produce oil. But with the current pandemic, with the oil prices, efficiency has just been on every scale. The buffer we used to enjoy and oil companies used to enjoy is very unpredictable now. And the way forward is to be able to understand on how we can add efficiency regardless of what we can produce now or in the future. Value from oil, everyone knows it. Value from data is disruptive. If you can actually manage to gather, find patterns, then you not only disrupt departments or organizations, you disrupt industries. We've seen the social media, Facebook, we've seen Uber, we've seen a couple of injection into the market where they don't even own any asset, they just own the data, and their growth is exponential. So I think that is where the data value comes in, relevant to oil.
Thank you, Saud. Actually, last night, when I was trying to prepare for my speech, I was reading a little bit about dark data, which I hadn't heard about before, and also how there is a data which has been processed and analyzed, data which hasn't been analyzed, and also data which your organization doesn't have but can have access to. So it's a whole universe, which was really interesting, and it made me start thinking of oil and the links with oil. So thank you for answering that question, and Engineer Makbul about explaining how it's AI, robotics, and ML, and the big data which is required to kind of the fuel for these technologies. Because in the past, it's been kind of the development of ICT has been focusing on the hardware, whereas the big data is kind of the soft stuff which goes into us to help us to improve efficiencies. So now my next question is for Khalid. You were recently at the Web Summit in Portugal. So I hope
you're following me, Amr.
Yes. Following on Instagram, on LinkedIn. What were some of the relevant emerging trends in the startup world from what you saw in Portugal and elsewhere?
Thanks a lot. It's a very interesting question to look at emerging trends. What's really going on in the world, in the space that we're talking about today? From attending some global events, just to see what the big companies are doing, what the startups are doing, there are two things that I've noticed, and there was one thing that I just did not see. The two things that I have noticed that are happening globally and the same in Oman is the investment in the AI and big data startups. It is still there, and it's much stronger in places like Europe, in the East, and in Africa, in particular in the emerging market. There's still a very healthy early stage investment to fill this gap that is, with the world moving more towards a data-driven economy. In Oman, I got to witness what they call a demo day. So Omani startups, 11 Omani startups with MTCIT, Oman Technology Fund, SME Authority, and IDCA. They went to Portugal and they were presenting. And I've noticed one very interesting thing, that the pitch of the Omani companies was even more mature than the pitch than companies from other side of the world. And I think what was the missing part was how mature the government ecosystem support has come in the past few years. Whereas in the other parts of the world, it was still very much investment-only driven development. So the first trend I noticed that early stage investment is happening worldwide, and in Oman is becoming better because of the government support. But from the investment side, I didn't see a lot of us attracting a lot of investors in early stage companies. I am very pro SMEs and startups, and I would like to see, with the government support, I would like to see international investors coming or not coming. We are going to them and presenting our startups. The second observation that I noticed globally, like my colleague have said, has to do with oil also. And I've noticed that now the oil and gas industry within the next 8 years will not be an oil and gas industry anymore. It will become the carbon management industry because of this global trend that, towards decarbonization, towards climate technologies. I think within the next 8 years, the value of something, if you invest in it, it depends on the future, right? And with this global pivot towards decarbonization, I see the future will become, how do you manage your energy security? How do you manage the renewable energy? And how do you manage removing the carbon from the atmosphere that we have been emitting over the past century? So the oil and gas industry within the next 8 years will be renamed, and it will become the carbon management industry. And I've noticed this in Portugal, I've noticed this in Egypt, in Sharm el-Sheikh, and I've noticed this in the US. If you notice in the US, they have now the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act. So yes, it's an act, it's a law that has to do with inflation reduction, but it's $2 trillion investment from the US government, which is the biggest economy of the world, in exactly this, that includes this pivot towards carbon management and away from oil and gas industry. So what does this mean for us? This means for us, who is going to manage who is going to build this infrastructure for the big data of carbon management? Who is going to bring the next solution for the renewable energy data management? I think, like what you said, if you have $1 invested in AI, I would say if you have $1 invested in AI, in the carbon management industry. There is one thing that I did not see globally, and I wonder why. I'm a teacher at heart. My background is teaching, and I was a member of the Education Council. And when you commit to for example, preparing future generations for AI or for big data, it excites me, but at the same time, it worries me. Is what field are we really going to focus in and invest in? If you notice, something happened with some companies like Meta or Facebook or whatever they're calling themselves these days. And it also happened in Twitter. Thousands of people were laid off, but the companies did not stop working. How come the companies did not stop working even though they laid off a lot of people with our background, with data-related jobs? This means that the market is moving much quicker than we think it is. And what worries me is that I did not see a lot of talk about singularity. Singularity, you know better than me, it's the concept that machines at some point will become smarter than human beings. And because of our cognitive abilities, we will move our cognitive abilities to machines using data, and they will be able to perform our tasks and our jobs. This is singularity. And I think singularity is happening very slowly. Some people thought that it will happen to 2040. I think it is already starting to happen now, and this is the reason behind these layoffs in the global tech industry. So what I didn't see is that how are we going to prepare the generations of the future to know that their jobs, let's say, for example, you train data analysts, or you train data cleansers, or you train data visualizers on Power BI. What if in the future this can be automated, and then we train them in 5 years and they're not here? So this is one trend that I think is not being studied enough, and I don't know the answer. We can prepare people as data analysts, but this is going to be a no-code future. So there is still work that needs to be done in the academic world to find out the answer, that we do not need to invest in educating people who will not have jobs in 20 years or 30 years. We need to prepare generations that will have jobs for 100 years, and then later on it will be trained to something else. So this is something that I think the whole world, there is an issue. I hope these 3 points are clear. So I saw early stage investments. I saw improving government support for early stage companies. I saw the biggest economy is going to become the carbon management economy. But what I did not see that we are paying a lot of attention whether we are going to have jobs in the future or not. And what is the education field are doing about this? Because we need some thought leadership. The thought leadership in the data science will not come from Europe or the US. Especially now with the geopolitical crisis happening in Europe, it is distracting the academic world in the US and Europe from answering these kinds of questions. We need to study what is it that we need to advise the market that they need to invest in, if that makes sense. Sorry for the long answer.
No, thank you, Khalid. And I like that you talked about the investment in the early stage and the government support. And it was good to see organizations like IFCA, who were taking Omani startups to Dubai, GITEX, looking at LEAP in Saudi Arabia. These kind of examples, and also to try to get international investment, not just investment from Oman, but institutional investors, angel investors. So hopefully the investment can come. But it's good to hear that you said that they were ready and they were prepared, which is really good to hear. And about skills that we have to learn, unlearn, and relearn, which is very important to make sure that we don't lose our jobs every 5 years. So thank you, Khalid. I'll now move on to Ingrid. And this question is about the Global Forum, which recently came up with a report outlining the policy recommendations in regards to ethics and AI. What are the key takeaways for Oman in relation to this?
Thank you very much. And I also would like to echo what Khalid said here about the carbon, the opportunities in the carbon, because I think we were both in Egypt and we saw it. We saw it in the Omani pavilion, Minister of Energy playing a key role in environmental issues, which was not used to be happening before, and now we see it, and it's a global trend. So definitely this will be a lot of transition in the traditional oil and gas industry. Now we don't call it oil and gas, of course, we call it energy, and it will soon be connected with carbon, if it's not already is, but for most companies in that sector, the carbon issue is on their agenda, and they will be leading a transition in that field. And I think also what we have seen, that the energy sector in Oman has been the driver of digital transition within there. There is no operational excellence without a digital transition, and there is a lot of things to be happening in that sector. So that brings us to the most important sector in Oman. Coming back to the document that was produced as parts of the Global Forum, which we also presented to the Minister of Transport and Information Technology in Oman. It's called AI and Ethics, and it brings us back to what Khalid said about singularity. What are the kind of ethical aspects when we're looking into artificial intelligence and other disruptive technologies? Do we need to consider it? What do we need to do about it? How can we manage this in a disruptive world? It leads us to cybersecurity. It leads us that the need for new policies, but also new regulatory frameworks that everybody has to embrace. And of course, from top down, you do the regulation, you look at the legalities of artificial intelligence and machine learning, what can be accepted, what cannot, and how much data do we really need? Do we need all that data? These are questions that we have to address. But it's not only from the top down, it also has to go from the bottom up. So we have to bring awareness to people. It's sort of everybody who is working in this field should say that it's very, very important that we bring awareness to people, to individuals, about the risks with artificial intelligence. And there is, the freedom of speech, we see it in some countries, of course, around the globe, We see it also with companies. It's not only on the individual level that AI and ethics play a role. It's also on the organizational level and, of course, on the national level. How do we protect our nations? How do we protect our citizens from intrusion in different ways? So in Europe, as you know, I'm Swedish, but in Europe we discussed this for a very, very long time, and it was in 2018 that the European Commission came up with the regulatory framework called GDPR, General Data Protection Law, that was put in place in order to protect institutions and individuals from intrusion. It's there. I would say it's more like a recommendation than a real law enforcement. It's very difficult to enforce regulatory frameworks when it comes to data intrusion. But also on the company level and on the national level, we have to work with this. We have to see what can be done. I would like to give an example from France, for example, where the big railway company, they decided a year ago to reduce the amount of data that they collect. I mean, they collect data in all stations. They know exactly who is traveling. And they know exactly whose bag is lost and everything. And this is, I mean, I like to be able to find my bag when I have lost it. I like to be able to find my phone when I have lost it in a train station. But maybe I don't like to have facial recognition everywhere. So what SNCF, which is the national railway company, did in France is that they decided, okay, let's put a policy within our company that we do not do facial recognition. We work with other data sets that will look at, we support the people. What do people need? What is the demand? What do they need when they are in a train station? Yeah, and so they had a big survey, and actually they reduced the data sets and came up with a different kind of policy how they treat data within their company. And I think this is something what we could work with, but it's also us on people that we have to, if we are not aware, how can we know? We are not aware when we are being traced or tracked, or when there is intrusion on our private sphere or in our company sphere or on the national level. So we are not aware, but we have to start bringing that awareness, and that is about learning more, educating more, but also bringing this discussion out in the miles, in our living rooms. This is what we should discuss, and we should talk about this to our kids and discuss with them. What do you accept? What do you think is a reasonable way of tracing your data, your photos, your private life? What is a reasonable? And also on the institution and national level. Thank you.
Thank you, Ingrid. Very important to look at the experience that Europe has had when it comes to AI and ethics, and really, really useful information. Thank you. We have time for one more question for both Saud and Mohammed, because I think we have the awards ceremony coming up. So, Saud, question for you, again relating to the game-changing data infrastructure and platforms. From your experience, what advice do you have for other organizations to adapt these types of platforms?
So from other organizations on how they can adapt to game-changing platforms, I would start by, I think most of you know Mike Tyson, and he has a very interesting saying. He says, we train for months and months, and we have a plan until we get punched in the face. And that is where the plan flies off. Data infrastructure stems from your data architect. Your data architect is the plan that is going to be crucial to how you choose to invest on your data infrastructure. What we tend to possibly challenge ourselves in many of our organizations is we build our data architect based on a roadmap 5 years, 10 years, and then we block ourselves and say we have to achieve this. What it undermines is our ability to adapt. I think a plan nowadays should be very concrete, but should be adaptable. And if you are going to adapt in an organization to invest on your data infrastructure, you need to follow some design principles that make sense for you. Some of the design principles we follow is the first one, which is, I like to call it don't buy your Ferrari, rent it. And it's more or less the cloud movement approach. So whenever you can actually move to the cloud, it's actually advised to do so, because you end up getting the latest and the best depending on your cloud provider. And you don't look back and say, oh, this was my 20-year-old data architect. It's an antique. Yeah, it's like a car, Ferrari. 20 years Ferrari, you put it in very well condition, you can actually sell it for value. But organizations, they tend to hide their data architectures which are very old. They're like, no, this is not what we used to use. So there's no value in legacy when it comes to your data infrastructure. The second design principle, I would say, is we have been trying to almost conquer the silo challenges in our organization without understanding that it's not a problem that we have to solve completely. So I think you have to encourage your capability for integration as part of your design principle, rather than stop it. You're not going to create a new silo. You are not going to create a new silo, because the minute you have integration abilities, silos are not considered silos. And you can actually see in countries, you don't have a country with one town. No, you have countries with multiple towns. And every one of us, and if it was a data attribute, are free to travel from one town to another with multiple choices of our pathways. That ability in Oman is very crucial to us, and it has to be very crucial to your data infrastructure. The third is, if your organization is structured in a functional movement on supporting functions, HR, administration, and all, you still have to invest on real-time processing. Batch processing is going to give you value, but real-time processing is what's going to give you the competitive advantage. So if you are an HR consultancy and you say, oh, it's okay, we can always look at our data monthly, not every organization does so. You have to be able to look at it within minutes or a few hours delay. That's all.
Thank you very much for that, Saud. And the final question now for this panel is for Mohammed, and is to do with the customer's journey towards data-driven decision-making and business strategy. Why is it important, and how does IBM help government and businesses to achieve this?
Sure. Thank you. So data-driven decision-making is probably in the, at least 80% of our customers want to reach there. They want to be a data-driven decision-making organization. The aim is that they want to create a competitive advantage. You just heard it right now. You want to outperform competition. You want to generate profit. We know that organizations that are data-driven, that support data-driven decision-making are likely to make 178% more profit than the others. You want to take decision based on a large amount of data that most of humans cannot comprehend in a reasonable amount of time. Crunching large amount of data, we call that data wrangling. It's the machine that is taking this decision. However, when we try to transform any organization to be a data-driven decision-making organization, there are lots of inhibitors. 62% of the data that the customers have today are not analyzed. Ingrid mentioned about the data quality. 80% of the data that customers have today suffer from quality issue. It's not about the quantity, like SNCF example. It's about the quality of the data you are getting. 80% of the time of our customers is spent in cleaning data and preparing data. This is a huge amount of time of investment. 82% of the data is siloed. It has been discussed by my panel colleagues in here that 82% of the data is siloed. So these are inhibitors to advance the data-driven decision-making organization. However, there are solutions. There are solutions. In AI, we have a prescriptive approach that we in IBM adopt a lot. We call it the AI ladder. The AI ladder is about managing data and AI end to end. The AI ladder has 4 steps. It starts from collecting data, organizing data, analyzing data, and infusing data. You have to go over the full AI ladder. There is no shortcut to AI. If you think there's a shortcut, I can make bits and pieces, a piecemeal approach, you will not succeed. You have to address the full AI ladder to come up with a proper end-to-end data and AI practice. You also need to consider technologies like data fabric. Data fabric today is the reference architecture to have a proper data and AI architecture. Data fabric allows you to run the AI model where the data resides. It allows you to collect data. It allows you to connect to data. It allows you also to virtualize. You need to maintain to have the 3 capabilities. Don't buy an AI platform that would give you one capability only, collect or connect or virtualize. Get a data fabric reference architecture to be able to collect, connect, and virtualize. You also need to consider also the AI governance, how to monitor AI end-to-end, which is extremely important. You mentioned the example of Ferrari. I would mention the example of Tesla. If the regulatory authorities come and ask Tesla, what is the AI governance you are putting in place today to make sure that the Tesla car, which is a big AI project, does not kill humans? Tesla cannot go and make a research project backward to try to defend what they put in place. They need to be able to provide to regulatory authority a PDF file saying, this is the source of my data, this is how I ran AI, this is the algorithm I used, and this is the outcome. They need to produce it quickly. A similar example in banking industry. If the central bank go and question one of the banks in Oman and tell him, we have lots of complaints about gender bias, we have female residents in Oman coming and complaining that credit card request, their loan request, is declined. This is gender bias. This is an accusation of gender bias. The bank needs to be able to produce immediately a PDF file saying, this is the data I used, this is the algorithm I used, this is how I run my AI, and this is the outcome. They need to provide that immediately. This is called AI governance. So a prescriptive approach is follow the AI ladder without a shortcut, put AI governance in place, and then you will transform into a data-driven decision organization. There are lots of platforms, lots of technologies support that. It's an evolving thing. And I think you in Oman are very much equipped to start your journey to AI without shortcuts, following the full AI ladder. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. Thank you for the panel here today, for Engineer Maqbool, Khalid, Ingrid, Saud, and Mohammed. Please, everyone, give them a round of applause. Thank you, everyone.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, while we arrange the stage for the award ceremony, I just want to say something about the Comics Tech Club app. While you entered the room, you were requested to download the application. So I hope all of you have the Comics Tech Club application. Whatever's happening here is live on the application. So there's a video which shows how you download the application and how you can watch the conference live. So far, we have more than 10,000 people on the application. All of them can benefit from it, and you can spread the word. It's free to watch the conference. Thank you.
Greetings all, my name is Shogal Ghailani, and today I'll be announcing the awards to organizations that have done exceptional service in the domain of big data and analytics. This is the second award for big data and analytics, and there are 14 categories: data tech solutions, innovations, best use of AI and data tech, data startups, best use of data and AI, data analytics, data management, machine learning in data center infrastructure, best use of data in RPA, big data and analytics, cybersecurity, and data-driven business intelligence. The award committee followed a set of procedures in evaluating and selecting the awards. Each organization was able to apply to a maximum of 4 awards. There was a specific timeline used with the jury members to nominate the winners of the awards. We would like to extend our gratitude to the following jury members: Now I would like to invite His Excellency, Dr. Ali Shaydani, Undersecretary for Communication and Information Technology, and our CEO, Amr Ba'boud, on stage to hand out the awards. The award for Big Data and Analytics goes to Petroleum Development Oman. The award for data center infrastructure goes to Urido. The award for data-driven business intelligence goes to Mala'a. Goes to Petroleum Development Oman. data management goes to Amount Data Park. The award for cybersecurity goes to Vodafone. The award for innovation goes to Huawei. The award for data tech solution goes to Bevisor. The award for the best use of data for IoT goes to National University. The award for data startups goes to Bevisor. The award for machine learning data goes to Bayanat. The award for the best use of AI in data tech goes to National University. The award for the best use of data in RPA goes to Petroleum Development and Mining. And finally, the best of the best award goes to Petroleum Development and Mining. Congratulations to all of the winners, and we would like to invite you all to come on stage to take a group photo with His Excellency. With the trophies.
اساعدك اساعدك لا تعال
We would now like to gift His Excellency a token of appreciation.
Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here this morning, and we really appreciate and congratulate all the winners in the field of big data and analytics. The award ceremony has now come to an end. Thank you, Excellencies, for being here. We will break out for 5 to 10 minutes maximum, and then we'll all come back so we can have our sessions. So as I mentioned, the live telecast is on the application. So please spread the word. Let many people who are not able to join us here in person enjoy the same. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Really appreciate your time and your recognition for the event. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum.
Sultanate of Oman is witnessing a rapid technological transformation in the midst of the fourth industrial revolution. It relies on data to implement innovative services through the use of artificial intelligence, cloud computing, and the Internet of Things to revolutionize the way organizations work and accelerate business growth in an unprecedented way. These technological advancements pave the way for a digital enabler to help businesses bridge the gap from where they are today to reach goals of Vision 2040 in Oman. We at Oman Data Park are here to help you get there with a team of internationally qualified local technology experts, engineers, and solution architects. Our ultimate aim is to enable you to drive innovation and digital transformation to achieve Oman's Vision 2040. We come to you with a decade of technological achievements that have enabled over 800 local and international customers, benefiting from agile data center solutions covering cloud, infrastructure, and cybersecurity services. Starting in 2012 as a managed services and co-location services provider with a data center in Mutayya, we quickly grew to be the only Tier 3 provider with 3 data centers in Oman, with addition of Rosail and Duqm, as well as offering disaster recovery and backup solutions. Our progress continued with the addition of enhanced security services, public cloud, and a dedicated cybersecurity center. The arrival of advanced cloud solutions made us the only provider of Microsoft Azure and the only virtual data center, Nebula, as well as the accreditation by MTC in appreciation of the cloud and security services we offer. The tech advancements continued as we introduced Nebula AI with NVIDIA technologies, as well as our support to help customers transform to Oracle Cloud infrastructure. With our evolving technology, continuous innovation, we enable organizations to optimize performance, empower employees, and meet their goals with digital enablement journey. We continuously strive to deliver on our promise to enable the digital transformation of Oman through our customers while complying with the Sultanate's regulations on data sovereignty. Our powerful solutions backed by
Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. We will start now. So if you please can start to sit down, take a seat, and we will start the first session in just about 2 minutes. Thank you.
ايش ايش تريدي انادي ولا وش؟ نادي جواهر حبيبه جواهر حاله.
تو كيف؟ مروة مروة أبدأ ولا كيف؟ أبدأ؟
هنا لو يفضوها كده شوية.
Okay.
test. Hello, hello. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Hello.
مرحبا. حبيت بس أقول إنه راح يكون في جوائز في آخر الملتقى، فيا ريت كل حد يكتب اسمه، وإن شاء الله راح يمروا عليكم وياخذوا الأسماء. يعني فقرة شوية خفيفة. تمام؟ شكراً.
The Sultanate of Oman is witnessing a rapid technological transformation in the midst of the fourth industrial revolution. It relies on data to implement innovative services through the use of artificial intelligence, cloud computing, and the Internet of Things to revolutionize the way organizations work and accelerate business growth in an unprecedented way. These technological advancements pave the way for a digital enabler to help businesses bridge the gap from where they are today to reach goals of Vision 2040 in Oman. We at Oman Data Park are here to help you get there with a team of internationally qualified local technology experts, engineers, and solution architects. Our ultimate aim is to enable you to drive innovation and digital transformation to achieve Oman's Vision 2040. We come to you with a decade of technological achievements that have enabled over 800 local and international customers, benefiting from agile data center solutions covering cloud, infrastructure, and cybersecurity services. Starting in 2012 as a managed services and co-location services provider with a data center in Mutayya, we quickly grew to be the only Tier 3 provider with 3 data centers in Oman, with addition of Rosail and Duqm, as well as offering disaster recovery and backup solutions. Our progress continued with the addition of enhanced security services, public cloud, and a dedicated cybersecurity center. The arrival of advanced cloud solutions made us the only provider of Microsoft Azure and the only virtual data center, Nebula, as well as the accreditation by MTC in appreciation of the cloud and security services we offer. The tech advancements continued as we introduced Nebula AI with NVIDIA technologies, as well as our support to help customers transform to Oracle Cloud infrastructure. With our evolving technology, continuous innovation, we enable organizations to optimize performance, empower employees, and meet their goals with digital enablement journey. We continuously strive to deliver on our promise to enable the digital transformation of Oman through our customers while complying with the Sultanate's regulations on data sovereignty. Our powerful solutions, backed by premium SLA-based services, include infrastructure as a service, cloud solutions, platform as a service, software as a service, managed security services, professional services. We endeavor to support the Omani SME sector, enabling them to build technological advancements to enhance their performance and increase competitiveness. Our journey to the future continues to enable your digital transformation.
Conference lead of the next group of events. I will be your session coordinator. We will start with our first session for the day on advanced AI, machine learning, and data security. I would like to welcome on stage our first guest speaker, Hassan Abdel Ali, General Manager, Business Development, Service Delivery of Oman Data Park, on the topic of cloud empowering data analysis and AI.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. It's a pleasure to be in this event sharing ODP's experience and profile of data analytics and artificial intelligence particularly. I'll try to squeeze this session usually takes for me a whole day. I've done it multiple times, but 20 minutes is too short. So let me try to first give you a message theoretically and academically what is data analytics, why it's important, and what is the relation between data analytics and AI. There's big confusion here. So we need to put a boundaries between these two. Then I'm going to take you how ODP Cloud Services is being made to overtake the load of data analytics and AI particularly. Then, if I have a time, I'll give you some understanding of the cloud services, and finally we come to the conclusion. So let's focus about data analytics. What is the theory saying? It's a method, it's a processes, it's a method and processes and scientific algorithm. I think voice is too loud, making noises. So it's a combination of all of this. It's a combination of method, processes, algorithms in order to achieve a problem statement. Please always keep in mind, never start your journey of data analytics and AI if you not define a problem statement. You have to have a problem statement. Why you want to start with problem statement? Because that is the way to success. You have to do building block of your data analytics to achieve a problems. Number two, what are these data can be categorized? There are three parts. Data comes from the past. Now I'm talking, I need to analyze. So I cannot analyze the data of future. I need to analyze of data of the past, historical data. And that is called descriptive. Then I need to analyze future data. That is called predictive. And third point is prescriptive. Remember, these are the three major domains which you need to focus within the data analytics. So this slide is showing you what I have said. Now, when you're saying descriptive, that means some data has happened in the past. Why it has happened? What happened? That is the data analysis completely focusing on. And the second one, as I said, is predictive. What if? What if the changes to the data has happened? And I'll give you a real example to make it more accurate and simplify the understanding. A third one, how to apply it for future to get the real value. I'm following National Geographic aircraft crashes. And honestly, when any aircraft crash, what first is happening? The experts comes on board and try to take the parts of the aircraft. What do they do after that? What do you think they do? They take the black box, each part of the aircraft, they're analyzing it. What happened? Right? It crashed. It's on past information. They take these information, this data, and analyze it. Guess what next? If they found the problems, they come with the what if. If the problem happens in the aircraft engineering problems, is it engineering problems? Is the driving problems? Is the ecosystems problems? Where is the problem? And they analyze what happened and how it has happened and why it has happened. And third one, which is very important, the prescriptive, is how to stop to happen again. every domain, in oil and gas, telecom, banking, insurance, healthcare, airline, everywhere the same model is applied. So, as I said, boundary, past is descriptive and diagnosis of data, and the future is predictive and prescriptive. Now, this slide, as you can see, it is showing you multi-dimensions comes from the data analysis. In data science, remember, when I'm analyzing the data, in past, most of people who was analyzing the data was not data scientists. And why we do need data scientists, and particularly in AI. If you look here in this slide, it is showing a visualization, it is showing the diagnosis of the data, it's showing how to do data mining. All of these specializations coming from the data scientist. It's not a general word, it's a specialization field. Each one have his own. For example, machine learning, deep learning. Why do we need machine learning, deep learning? Because when I said from predictive and prescriptive perspective, you need machine learning, deep learning. You need cognitive systems. And here we have to put AI in board. This slide is also showing us to be a data scientist is an intersect of three functions. It's the programming skills and math skills and subject matter experts. Now there's an intersect which is happening between the programming skills and subject matter expert that is generating for us a research. Math and subject matter experts intersecting, showing us a research. Programming skills and math generating us machine learning. But when three of them joins together, it's a very complex. There is coming the data scientist. So to be a data scientist, you have to intersect three functions: programming, math, and subject matter expert. And of course, I don't mean one person, it should be a team. And this is what ODP is doing. We're trying to leverage from that perspective. So let's talk about how the chronological process which has happened across the data modernization and data development. Initially, I came from the banking. I worked in the banks for 30 years. In the banks, we started with a long time back. That was in 1988. We used to have data sets called data marts. Over the time, data marts started getting developed. It's staged to be data warehousing. And after data warehousing, nowadays we're talking about data lake. And now, big data. So what is happening in this transition? It's very important to understand. As is today, no one is going to start with the data marts, honestly speaking. But from data warehousing to data lake and big data, yes, this is the future. So remember, when I'm running a data warehousing, I'm using most of the data as a structured. There is data comes from two types of data. One is structured, one is unstructured. For example, document, such as Excel, Word, voice, right? My voice, videos. This is unstructured data. How I can use it? And structure is a relational database management system. So when I'm bringing data warehousing, I need ETL, extract, transform, and load. And the data are into federation. There are many applications. All these applications have their own data sets, and you need to build a complete process of gathering this data into data warehousing to generate reporting, analytics, and data mining. This slide is important. I need your attention. So how I can compare between data lakes and data warehousing? If I look from the data storage perspective, that is unstructured, and second one is structured. If you want to understand what is different between data warehousing, data lake, data warehouse is structure, data lake is unstructured, okay? Second, who's the users? The users, the end users of data data lakes is data scientist. But in data warehousing is the manager and end users. Now, analysis. I said to you, analysis comes from the historical perspective and future perspective. You can do future perspective, such as predictive and prescriptive analysis on data data lake. Therefore, there is very important, the one who's doing the analysis within the data lake and data warehouse is different. All the analysis which is happening in data analysis is applicable in data lake, but not the opposite. The third one is the scheme. Schema is in structured and unstructured. Maybe I'm talking some technical terminology, but you need to go back. If you want to be data scientist, you have to learn this. RDBMS, Relational Database Management System, is completely built on a schema. It's in a structured data. But I said there's unstructured data, which is such as voice and documents, and text as well. And processing, look to this, ETL and ELT. Extract, transform, load. But in the second one, it's extract, load, transform. It's opposite completely. A lot of confusion happening here. Most of people think it's ETL. No, it's not ETL. It's different. ETL is different from ELT. Therefore, in data lake, you're doing an ELT. In data warehousing, you're doing ETL, okay? Extract, transform, load. And why of these is that the function which is required is I'm staging the data before it comes, or I'm staging it after it comes. Cost, of course, data warehouse is more expensive than data lake. Though data lake is also very expensive. Now, let's try to understand what is in AI. I'm jumping here. There's an emerging happening between the data analytics and AI. Not every AI is data analytics, but every data analytics could be an AI. For example, what is AI? Can someone explain? Yes, simple. It has been coined from 1952. Artificial intelligence was set in 1952. What was the aim of this? Was to mimic human. We are human. I'm talking to you, it's a natural language processing. Can today computer talk? Yes, computer have an LP. That is AI. That's not data analytics. I'm looking to you, you're looking to me. You can see me, I can see you. That's computer vision. Computer sees and can analyze through the cameras and sensors. That is computer vision. We think. Can computer think? Yes, it's a cognitive systems. And likewise, so AI is trying to mimic human. And therefore, it's been used to apply the cognitive processing within the data sets which you have. Therefore, most of data analytics today is showing you the power of ML, machine learning and deep learning, while using data sets analytics. Question comes, since it's 1952 it's been born, why it's been accelerating now? Because of these four reasons. Number one is the computational power. A long time back, my journey of IT started in 1983. That time was CPM operating systems, and after that became 286 and 386 and 486 and Pentium, and keep going up, up, up. Now, today we have variety of the computers and variety of the processors, from CPU, which is coming from Intel, AMD, ARM, and there is a GPUs, graphical processing unit, such as NVIDIA, Intel, AMD, and ARM as well. And not to mention the quantum computing. I was looking on a video 3 days back. I was surprised to see IBM already have reached in the research photon computing. The computing completely running on transistor, which is running on electrons. But now they found that can be 1,000 times faster when it's running on photon processing, which is already in the lab, but can be commercialized in a couple of years. What that gives us? The power of the computing is growing fast. Therefore, it's being decentralized from central processing unit to graphical processing unit. What is DPU? Data processing unit. What is APU? Accelerating processing unit. All these processes start being federated in order to do the more power of computing and data analytics. Second is the big data. As you said, data is growing. Now, IoT, Internet of Things, is accelerating a lot of information real time. You know, the data comes from two perspectives, batch and stream. IoT is streaming. Cameras around the world is sending the information real time. And how can real time can be analyzed and can be provided the real time information? We'll give you some of the example. I think we look in FIFA these days, they put sensors in the ball. They have cameras all around the playground. They can sense it real time, what is happening, right? You're watching it, I guess. All right, so that is giving us a real-time processing. This data is coming a lot. How we can catch that data and how we can stream that data. One example I was giving, I can put a couple of cameras on the bridge. 1,000, perhaps million of cars is crossing that bridge. Real time, that camera can catch, this car is on road from this number, plate number, and that registration has been finished and he's driving it on the road. Immediately fine. Another one, but don't mention to anyone, this is secret please. Like let's say radars. Radars right now is stopped in every let's say 1.5 kilometers, I guess, okay? And anyone's bypass on the speed, it flashes. Then guess what? They come and take the information, put it into the batch, upload it. After maybe 2, 3, maybe weeks, you're going to get tickets. Imagine if they put a sensor with GPS inside your car, real time, no need radars. Your car is your radar. Every time you bypass the speed of, I think, let's say, the threshold is 10 kilometers. If it's 80, you bypass 90, immediately you get the ticket. Immediately you get the ticket. Well, it's going to happen. This is the power of AI. This is the power of data's growth, all right? So it's happening. The third one, please note, this is the brain of the AI and brain of data analytics. Algorithms. What is the algorithms? Algorithms, there are very smart people around the world taking the cognitive process, how we think, how we correlate the data. Honestly speaking, let me give you an example. When I remember one of my friends, he bypassed, honestly, during the COVID. When anyone talks to me COVID, what will happen? I'll put a reason, I'm reasoning. I bring my memory back, oh, I lost my friend. There's no relation, he's talking about COVID, but I have related this. These correlations, you have seen one person, and after 20 years, you can still correlate. Yes, it's the same person, I have seen it. From where? There is a neural process which is happening in your mind. The same is happening here. There is a lot of smart algorithms which is using the data to classify it and bring the function. I said to you at the beginning of my session, please do not get into data analytics and AI without having a problem statement. And here's the problem statement. You have to define. And I'll give you some of the examples as well. And largely, it's a huge investments happening in AI, huge. I've been looking a couple of days back. They're announcing 3.5 million jobs for data analytics and AI. Right. So let's look what is available now from AI perspective. This, of course, this is not all the list, but the major one. As I said, knowledge base. Knowledge base. Everyone is doing Google search, right? I'm typing one word and he's giving my full intelligence. How he knows what I want to type? It's happening. Because of knowledge, billion of people is putting the same text which you're doing as well. So they have a knowledge behind that. It's computer vision, as I said, computer sees. So there is Tesla. Tesla have a camera. They can see the objects and can recognize the objects. Also, natural language processing, the way I talk, computer talks. You talk to the computer and give him an order. It's on your mobile right now, right? So the same is applied here. This is all type of applications which is coming from AI and data analytics. Deep learning and machine learning. Deep learning is a subset of machine learning. Deep learning is giving you a classification into a categories where you can build your what-if analysis. Deep learning goes further. It's a neural-based processing. Our mind, God, Ajaz Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we have billions of neural cells interconnected with endless, okay? One of the research I have seen, the combination of your network of each human, it needs 9 rounds across the earth to bring the probabilities. Probability is the number. Imagine how far we can consume, how far we can use our neural network in our brains. Remember, we're not utilizing 2% of it. We're not using 2% of our brain, and our memories as well. Well, let's see how ODP can help you on this journey and what ODP's platform is provided. ODP have a lot of cloud services on board. Some are running on VMware, on KVM, on Lagoon, and running on Red Hat technology. We have NVIDIA. And I'm going to show you what is the platform we have NVIDIA. And all of these is leveraging your cloud transformation. The last one is the data analytics platform, which we have it now, almost 1.5 years back. And here we are telling to our customers, because all of these customers, when they're hosting their data with ODP, ODP is not touching the data. In ODP, we don't touch your data. We give you the tools you can leverage of analytics on your data. And by the way, putting these technologies in platform is very expensive and very long time to build it. So let's give you an data warehousing, data lakes. We are offering Oracle technologies, Microsoft SQL, OLTP, online transaction processing, and online analytical processing also for structured data, particular data warehouse and data marts, as well as data lake, MySQL, Postgres, all of these data technology. And not to mention the last one, which is very important, is Hadoop. Hadoop is the technology of the big data, which can be ODP provide you in 3 perspectives. Number 1, IaaS, infrastructure service, and you build your platform and you build your data. Second, I can give you the platform where you just come and subscribe and use your data, you bring your data and use it. And third one, software as a service. And we are happy to announce we have partnership with Schlumberger and Teradata to bring this technology on board. This is what we are offering. Right now we have a partnership with Schlumberger to bring Delphi on board. Delphi, of course, is a product, analytics product, mainly for oil and gas, and can be used also for other sectors as well, which is giving you a lot of information, and you can utilize the power of Delphi. That's a platform. Bring your data and analyze it. So you can consume the time and cost. You reduce the time and cost from the perspective of utilizing the power of Delphi. Side by side, we have our own data warehouse and data marts and data analytics and AI platforms, which is called DGX A100 from NVIDIA. This technology right now is on board in a cluster. It's giving the power of 10 petaflops. 2 petaflops is equal to mainframe. This is a very, very, very powerful machine that can do analytics of ordinary analytics. For example, if you're doing it on your CPU, it takes a month. On this platform, can finish in a seconds. And that's not from my statement. Please go to NVIDIA online and just watch it, where it's been implemented, 1,000 places across the world. So this technology is on board, and we are inviting to all our customers, please come and take it as a subscription, bring your data, and bring your environment, bring your data, and use my environment, and use the smart algorithm to analyze your data after you having your own problem statements. This is our target. This is what we are trying to do, data analysis and AI into the market by giving all sectors from the government, oil and gas, telecom, banking, insurance, healthcare, education sectors, even what's called pharmacies, many other places, and not to mention the academics as well. It's very important for us to do the research, and this environment is already available. We do also offer that today's world is breaking down because the data is going to be more fast. You have been hearing today from the panel, taking the data and the batch processing is likely to go down over the coming years by increasing the real-time data. And here you need a microservices environment, which is already available with us. Therefore, we are offering complete CDCI environment, which is giving you a leverage to DevOps and data analytics as well. This is some of the libraries, not all, which you can enjoy by consuming from our platforms. What ODP is doing, ODP is transforming into different perspective. We live into the world of the cloud. We do a lot of transformation. Almost from 2019 till now, we have migrated 900 organizations into cloud. And not in Oman, across the Oman as well. And we do believe data analytics an API ecosystem and microservices is the future. Therefore, for you to set all of this is very challenging, but it's ready with us as a subscribe model. Now, what ODP Cloud Services? I'm just trying to highlight this on very fast track. We have 3 data centers, almost 90% utilized. One is in Qom, another one is Wataya, and third one is in Duqm. And we have, as I said, in Qom we have 1.2 megawatts data center. We are opening another one, hopefully this year. It's going to be 1.6 megawatt, servicing our extra customers coming. And we are opening one in Farq, hopefully. So total is going to be 5 data centers servicing our customers. Our data center is state-of-art, Tier 3 certified, and it is built with an AI. What that means? That means now we are here maybe 200 people. The cooling is required for 200 people. If we are 3, do you think the cooling is required for 200? I think it's ridiculous. So therefore the cooling goes up and down to reduce the power consumption based on the heat which is generated from the computer. So this is an AI which we put it. Not to mention we give you an elastic approach of the power consumption from 3 kilowatt to 6 kilowatt to 10 kilowatt to 15 to 20. And AI is power resources hungry. If you said power, an AI platform, you have to guess not less than 15 to 20 kilowatt. You require that kind of platforms. This slide is very important. I need your attention, please. See, what is the journey of the cloud? On the left, if you see, is on-prem. Break into 4 parts. Data center, infrastructure, platform, and software. Data centers, of course, on the left, you capitalize and you OpEx. CapEx and OpEx, which is mean. If I'm putting a technology, let's say I'm building a new company came up. Let's give an example of Vodafone, honestly. Vodafone came and they have also a chance to build their own data centers. Or they go directly to the cloud. Of course, they have chosen to go to the cloud. And they enjoyed immediately their service was up in a very short time. Bank Al-Izz and Bank Nazwa, they decided not to build their data center. They came in 2 months' time, they got their equipment up and running, and that's it. As fast as this. Now, do I need to build a new data center? What we did an exercise for big 3 customers, and I'm going to show you the numbers. The OpEx is reduced based on your choices. If you go to IaaS or PaaS or SaaS, because from the co-location perspective, it still is your equipment, but when you come to IaaS, you're not buying any compute, storage, network, load balancer, file, nothing. It's everything you subscribe. When you go platform, you're not buying the perpetual licenses. You are getting subscription licenses. When you come software, even not buying your software such as CRM and ERP and Exchange and all application which is being consumed in your daily process, you just subscribe. The more you go up into the cloud, I think 365. It's a subscription, right? What do? You're subscribing. But in past, you're buying perpetual license. You're buying it. So if I buy Office 2019, khalas, I cannot get 21. I cannot get 23. But if I do subscription, any version, 21, 23, 25, 30, whatever it's going to come, I'm entitled for. So software is being, now is coming as a subscription. Not to mention is not only Office 365, there's a lot of software is going to that direction. So what is the journey here? When you come, and this number is not from the research, this is from ODPs. This is from our customer. When our customer comes as a colo, they're reducing the cost 30%. When they're coming as a platform, it's 35 to 40 above. They come platform as a service, 45 and above. When they come software as a service, 50% above. And all of these is managed services. Managed services, you're not touching anything. You just bring your contract with me, and your service is up and running. Fine. We have done this research. I did myself the consultation for 2 big organizations. I cannot mention the name. The one, 5 years TCO. What is 5 years TCO? If I'm putting a technology for next 5 years' time to build my co-location, bring my equipment, infrastructure, put my software licenses, bring my application, all of these factors, and cost it for next 5 years' time, I'm putting CapEx and OpEx. When we did this, just taking them into the platform, not as a software, just platform, imagine, this is the platform numbers. 75% reduction in OPEX. And that company told me, Hassan, are you kidding? I told him, seriously. Either you have been sold oversized, or you bought an equipment, you're not consuming it. But here, cloud is an elastic approach. So likewise, when you buy a very high, expensive, high-tech technology for your data analytics and GPUs and TPUs and AI, you're going to invest it maybe 5%, 4%, 6%. Why I should put that investment? Though I can come and enjoy data analytics and leave. This is exactly what we did from platform perspective. Not to mention data analytics AI is a separate topic right now. Another one showing 45%. So, what we're offering, one-stop shop. We sit with our customer. We do a complete study of their current environment. We build for them the transformation plan. We run their project for transformation. We do the manage for them. ODP is doing the whole cycle of this. And therefore, 5 years TCO is a complete new game changing into the market right now. So, conclusion. As I said, back, this is from Gartner. If you remember, I told you, classify and break the data analytics into 2 parts, historical and the future. The same is being saying here. Now, when you're sitting and looking to your previous, you are looking descriptive, you're searching descriptive. When you're looking future, what you're doing predictive and prescriptive. And this is very important for you, because right now, what shall we do on the past or we do on the future? Honestly, start your journey on the past data, do descriptive, do analysis, find what is the data pattern, why it has happened. Let me give you an example, make it more accurate. In, let's say from medical perspective, okay? One have a sugar and he took medicine, wrong medicine. That tablets made him allergy. Now if I try to find how many people have got this, and by the way, they're never ever relating it to the DNA. Never, all the times, doctors giving you a medicine, never relating that medicine and prescription within your DNA. What if I apply this to my DNA? And let's research on DNA, which is completely not in the picture right now. And here's coming what? Predictive. So how I to apply it? By changing the medicine types. How I can change it? By changing my operational system, my pharmacy system, and that's coming prescriptive. This is Gartner's statement. Across the world is the same terminology which we've been saying. ODP is offering a lot of services. I'm not here to highlight all of these, but in short, I can invite you to visit our website and see what service we are offering. And finally, what I'm saying, the message is here. Data is your assets. Never think data is if anyone's saying data is not assets, is wrong. Data is assets. Some companies saying data is an oil. How I can leverage my data? If your data is in silos, gather them. Bring value from this data. Generate opportunity of the business. Do proper problem fixing. You have a lot, but never ever jump into an AI project or data analytics without having problem statement. I hope that was informative. It is a lot to talk, okay, about data analytics and AI. I was trying to construct this slides today morning because honestly speaking, 20 minutes is not a fair. We need a long time to expose a lot of slides, but I've been cutting almost 80% of the slide. I hope that was informative. If you have any questions, please shoot us an email or we can meet. You're most welcome, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Hassan. Now I would like to invite Tariq Al-Sulaimani, Data Scientist Lead from Petroleum Development Oman, to present his topic on the AI economy.
So thanks for having me here. And as introduced, I lead the data science in PDO, and while we are developing the AI of tomorrow, I have been always curious on how AI is going to impact us as individuals, as team, as organizations, as society, and as a nation by itself. Which brings me to today's topic, the AI economy. So, as economy by itself, most of us are aware about, it is the foundational pillar of work, wealth, and welfare. However, we don't know that much about AI. So that's why today I'm going to focus on how AI is ending up impacting us and what we can learn from the past, what we need to do to be careful of, and some recommendations and pointers on what we can do. So, of all technological advance, artificial intelligence has seen as one of the greatest hype in the market. And it is a technology that doesn't require to be marketed by itself. We can market it left, right, and center. And for all of who believes on the hypes, we know that at one point or another, AI is going to replace our jobs. So raise your hand if you believe that AI is going to replace our jobs in 2030. Okay, so you don't believe on that. All right. So there is an interesting article based on singularity, as it was mentioned in the panel discussion. It states that, or try to predict that, smart machines would surpass the human brain in 2025. And it was mentioned there also, smarter machines will surpass all the humans' thinking capacity by 2050. So isn't that amazing that the computational power that we have, it has the capability of having the human thinking capacity. It is amazing, but it is also scary. So there is another survey that was conducted by Chapman University in 2015. And the result was people were way more afraid of losing their jobs to robots than they were actually afraid of dying. Interesting. So, to learn from the past, or as an economy, from the economy, we know that to learn, to predict the future, we need to learn from the past. And let's do this small exercise to understand how we can learn from the past, or what the past taught us, so we can understand the impact of AI to our economy in the future. We know that there have been 3 industrial revolutions in the past, and we are now currently in the 4th one. So let's know more about all the 3 and what they are all about. So let's start with the first industrial revolution, which was the steam engine. It was a good enabler for our society and civilization. It's an amazing that it's enabled us to move from point A to point B faster. We are no longer needed anymore. We can carry tons instead of kilograms. And then we have the second industrial revolution, where we have the electricity. The sunlight is no longer the only source of the light. We have also the electricity that is granted us the visibility at night. And there was also the introduction of the telephone, where you can communicate from one place to another place without having the physical requirement to move from point A to point B. Amazing efficiency. Imagine that you can call home now and ask your wife to prepare your food without even having to send somebody to do so. And then we have the computers. With computers, we are able to store, retrieve, archive digital bits. And with the internet, we can learn from all around the world without even having to step out of our offices. And currently, we are in the fourth industrial revolution, where we have the AI, where we have the AI chip, and where the AI is changing our way in the communication, where the AI is changing our way on socialize and doing business and everything that we can do. And for most of us who believes that tomorrow is going to change, and it is a matter of an advanced technology that is going to hit the market, and it will take our jobs. So let us go back to the history again and see that all of these industrial revolution, as you can see, they didn't happen in a one day or in a single day. It's actually took 10 years for the steam engine from the day it was invented until it get industrialized. The electricity that we have it everywhere in our home, it is actually started from the lab. And computers, believe it or not, the device that in your pocket right now is more powerful than the computer took the humanity to the moon. And for the AI, it is exactly the same. It is us how we craft it, and it is us how we can adapt with it. So for Oman, or as Omani, we don't have to reinvent all the industrial revolution. The most important thing is how we can get the best out of it, how we can utilize it to make us ahead in economy, in wealth, and in industry. And let's also admit that the industrial revolution passed us. So for the fourth industrial revolution, it is going to be exactly the same as we had seen. So if there is a lesson that we have to take, we should know that AI is a process. AI is not a dramatic event. It is going to happen, and let us not just wait for Tesla to bring their robot and we don't have jobs. It is us, how we adapted. It is the adaptation actually, and the industrialization is going to take decades in such technology. So it is us on how we adapt and how we get the best out of it. So this guy is Benjamin Franklin, and he is the founding father of the United States. This guy said an interesting thing, that I see a future that we are moving towards, that we only are required to work 4 hours a week. 4 hours a week? Interesting. If you are looking for the current situation, the amount that you are going to get paid out of these 4 hours, it will not bring the bread on your table. But he has seen something, and I believe it is the AI and the impact of the AI to the economy, where we have 90% of our work can be done by or our technical work that can be done by the AI itself, and we left with the 4 hours where we can have the soft skills like leadership and innovation and etc. So let me tell you some of the examples that how it's gonna end up if we don't be careful about AI. And before that, let me explain to you the GDP per capita, which is a very important equation that is affect the economy itself. So GDP per capita, if most of you are aware about, it is the country GDP divided by the total population or by its population. And if you can see here, the total population is a very important variable that we have in this equation. The change on that variable either can take us to a sustainable AI economy, or it can take us to the edge of the disaster. And as most of us are aware, recently, Canada is opening the borders for hundreds of thousands of immigrants. And why is that? To fill the gaps left by its aging workforce. And this is actually remind me about what happened in 2000 in China. In China in 2000, when the global removed all the restriction, China get introduced to the world. And China came with a very special talent called cheap labor. And after a few years from there, in 2008, economic crisis. And why is that? Because the amount that they get paid, they used to get paid, and the spending power and the generation, the worth generation, actually suddenly get changed with a single variable that is cheaper than what they used to put on the table. And ladies and gentlemen, this is, if we are not going to watch it very carefully, then we will allow AI and robots to become similar to a cheap labor. And because of that, we need to be careful, and I will leave you with some of the pointers that we need to focus on. So, as a government, the government should be able to have a law in fighting inequality and promoting sustainable AI economy. So the introduction of AI shouldn't be individual. The government should have hands on it. And for example, as a company, if I am capable to bring 20,000 robots, I shouldn't be allowed to have it at one time. The government should have to have hands on it. Or they can introduce the robots tax, because robots are going to take most of the investment that has been done on the employment for the past year. The other thing that we need the government to step in. For example, we reach a moment where we have self-driven car. And la samahallah, imagine that if the car hits somebody or if the car hits something, who is to blame? Is it the car owner? Is it the car manufacturer or someone else? And on the other hand, we have also to focus on the education. We have to frame our education system. Our current education system is not full future we have. So while we are learning from the organization on leadership, on some skills like innovation, and on what we call it STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And why is that? Because if our graduates are not capable in these four arenas, we are going to be challenged in the future scale. So with these, ladies and gentlemen, with the smart regulation, with the better policy, with the robust legal framework, and with the reframing our education system, we are going to have sustainable AI economy. That's all what I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tara. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Amjad Amir al-Dihli, consultant for Future for Technology and Development, to introduce his topic on advanced AI.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, COMEX group, for inviting us to learn from each other. And I would like actually to start my presentation in advanced AI. My presentation will be mostly technical, so it is good also to learn a business side and also technical side. So since most of the CEOs and VIB have left, the event, so we can just start by this cartoon. You can see here the CEO is asking this guy, are we using the artificial intelligence in our company? And the employee said, no, actually, we are using statistics with a bit of machine learning. So there are some confusion between these terminologies, machine learning, artificial intelligence. And in this presentation, I'll try my best to clarify the difference, and also I'll try to talk about the advance of algorithms used in artificial intelligence. So basically, once we define the advanced artificial intelligence, that means we are using more than one algorithm in order to solve a complex problem or to take a decision. We have a lot of types of artificial intelligence. We have machine learning, we have natural language processing, NLP. We have also expert system, vision, speech, planning, and robotics. So these type of algorithms are available, and you can download it and you can use it in your programming, and you can use it also in your systems. You can mix between each others in order you have a complex problem, or if you are researchers like a PhD researchers. So let's start with the machine learning. In machine learning, actually we have three types. We have supervised learning, we have also unsupervised learning, and we have deep learning. So in order to define the three main bars and three main differences between these type of machine learning and advanced machine learning, let's take some examples. So the main difference, first of all, between the first two, supervised and unsupervised learning in these algorithms, the supervised learning, as you can see, it classified the data, or I can say the observation, since I'm feeding the system with the data, that means I'm feeding the system with observation. So it classified it to, right or wrong, or red or green. So it classified them into, for example, diseases, not diseases, yes or no. However, the unsupervised algorithm, it's group the observation, group the data. To be more clear, suppose we have these pictures. In the first example, we input some apples, and we annotate the system, annotate the algorithm, and in order to cheat the system, this is apple. So it will give us, is it apple or not? But in the second type of unsupervised learning, we have some, photos and some pictures, and the system by itself, it will group the similar photos. So this is the main difference between these type of algorithms. So supervised and unsupervised algorithm, that means we have different cases. In each case, we have to identify what type of algorithm we use, either whether it is supervised or unsupervised. So let's now talk about the deep learning and the advanced deep learning. Basically, the deep learning, it depends on the neural network, which is more than 3 layers in the programming language. It means that I'm feeding the system with inputs, and it multiplies these inputs with some sort of mathematical equations in order to bring the bias in the transform function. And after that, it will also activate the function to get the final results. So almost it's trying to simulate the human brains in order to give us the correct answer. So this is the very advanced deep learning in the machine learning. So basically this deep learning and advanced deep learning, it's working without human interventions in order to improve the automation and perform analytics and any type of physical tasks. So the main difference between the machine learning and the deep learning or advanced deep learning, the machine learning, it interacts and also extract data with the help of human, but the deep learning, it's doing it automatically without human help. So we have to distinguish again when to use the machine learning and when to use the deep learning. So let's have some use cases from the current situation. We have right now with the World Cup in Qatar, they are using the semi-automated offside technology. It's helping the VAR technology, which is, most of us don't like it because it's not making, the football game excited because the VAR will cancel some goals as we have seen in many matches. So the technology itself, it's helping the team who are working in the VAR control room in order to repeat and repeat again and again. They have more than 12 cameras in the stadium. These cameras are watching every single player with 29 points in their bodies. Imagine that your bodies is moving with 29 points, and it's sending signals to the control room every second 50 times. So I'm moving right now. They are collecting 29 points from my body and sending it to the control room in order to manipulate it using also the deep learning. However, the decision will be helped by human. So the referee inside the control room will help also the main referee in the field to take the final decisions. As well, today we have a smart ball. It has a small chip. It sends more than 500 signals per second to the control room to know the exact position of the ball inside the field. So this is the advance of artificial intelligence in the football currently introduced by FIFA in Qatar. Another good example of the deep learning where European Space Agency and NASA using it in their rovers when they send it to the space, whether to the moon or whether to the Mars. Imagine the signals coming from the Mars to the Earth, it takes around more than 10 minutes. That means if I need to give instruction to this rover to move a little bit or just to rotate the tire, that means I will need more than 20 minutes just to give the instruction. That's why they put some sensors, they put some also laser beams, they put some cameras depending on the deep learning and advanced artificial intelligence in order to take the proper decision. This rover is moving using its decision without human interventions. That means it can detect whether to move right or left or move, for example, with a speed of 1 kilometer per second or less. It depends on the object in front of this rover. It depends also on the roof or the grooves inside, for example, the environment. So that's why they are using it in the space. Another good example from space as well, IBM with Airbus, they came with a project with the German Space Agency with a small robots. It's called Simon. This robot, it's fully automated with artificial intelligence. It helps astronauts in the International Space Station to take the decision in case of emergency, because the life without gravity is very difficult. Astronauts in the International Space Stations, they have very restricted timetable for their life within 24 hours. They have to do exercise, they have to sleep well, they have to do some experiment in the lab. With this robot, it's called Simon, it's fully integrated with deep learning applications. They can talk, they can, with these robots, and also they can take the decisions and it help them to perform some tasks. This is another example done by some academic institute, also I think in the United States. They have used deep learning classifications. Here they have used 4 deep learning classifications in order to collect data from X-ray and CT scan. And they did a pre-processing in order to identify 4 types of diseases. They have successfully identified COVID-19, and they distinguish COVID-19 from pneumonia and from as well lung cancer using 4 types of classification. That's why when I say in the beginning of my slides, you can combine many algorithms inside one complex cases or inside one complex problem in order to identify or take a decision. So that's why here they have used more than one method in order to identify type of diseases. Another type of advanced AI is called edge machine learning. That means we are using the machine learning on the edge devices like cameras, like sensors, where I think Mr. Hassan, he just mentioned the example of ACs inside these holes, and it can be taken instead of sending the signals and instead of sending the data to the data centers, it can be automatically sending to the local devices, and it take the proper decisions in order to increase or decrease also the temperature. So with edge machine learning, we can have proper security and enhanced security. We can also predict the maintenance, and also we can detect any fault in our protection line, like this use cases done by Amazon Web Services. Once they install some devices in cameras and some IoT devices, one of the hangars, in order to decide which part goes to, which engineer and to which, for example, systems to be maintained. So in this cases and in this use cases, scientists, they have successfully reduced the cost and reduced the time in order to maintain the aircraft. The same things can be happened in any type of garage. Another part of advanced AI is called natural language processing, LLM, where we have different types of natural language processing. It's basically a computer science, artificial intelligence, and linguistics. especially people who are working in linguistics, whether in Arabic, English, or any type of linguistics, how we can understand from this language, how we can manipulate this language and transform this language into a service. So that's mean once we speak to any devices, how we can export our languages, our voices, and produce a service. So we have many type of techniques. That's mean many type of algorithm. It can be used in a natural language processing, like for example, stop modeling, sentiment analysis, machine translation, and keyword extraction. So let's take an example. Suppose I'm talking to a machine. Suppose I'm talking to, for example, Alexa or to the Siri, and I would like to know whether my command is positive or negative. So just I have mentioned the mission was great. The mission was great, so the machine will translate, this sentence into some classification. So the sentiment analysis in natural, AI, advanced AI, it will classify the sentence into parts. First of all, let's understand what we mean by sentiment analysis. Actually, basically, sentiment analysis, it consists of 3 parts. The first part, it's called the training sets. It's like a dictionary. I feed the system, whether automatically or basically manually. I can add some local accents in order to feed the system, whether if it is a good word or satisfied word, neutral word, or not satisfied word. That's bad words. The second part is called the classifier, where I can put my sentence in this classifier, and the system itself, it will use the advanced AI to classify my sentence, to classify, for example, my any type of paragraphs to decide whether I'm happy or not. So in the classifier itself, so let's see what will happen in the classifier itself in details. So the classifier, first of all, it will tokenize the sentence. The mission was great. That's mean it will cut the sentence into words. The mission was great. The second part, it will remove the special characters. That's mean if I have stop word and special characters, discrimination, any type of special character, it will be removed. The third part is to remove the stop words. For example, the, was, is, any type of the word will be removed. The fourth step is to classify. Here, that's mean I have to put the positive plus and negative, minus and neutral 0. Then I have to calculate the weight of each word. Once I calculate the weight of each word, I can conclude whether my sentence was positive or negative. So basically, this is the idea behind the natural language processing in the advanced AI. Another interesting example, recently OpenAI, they have announced a ChatGPT, which is like informal way of interacting with a chatbot, and it can answer any type of questions, and it can debug any type of code. Just put your code there, and it will debug it by itself, and you can challenge it. It will give you the correct answer. You can correct it if it is wrong, and also it can reject any bad words. So it's using the reinforcement learning from human feedback algorithm. I have tested actually by myself, and maybe Mr. Umar can correct me here with this one, and maybe we can correct also the OpenAI team. I have asked actually this chatbot about any idea about the Comics 2023. This is the answer highlighted by the green. The chatbot immediately, it answered me, Comics 2023 is the 23rd edition of the commercial exhibition conference, and the second and the third line. The second question was where. Imagine where. I haven't asked, so I put delay actually between the first question and the second question, almost 2 minutes. And then I asked where. So it took actually the first question, and it matched it with the second question, and it gave me, it will be happening. Comics 2023 will be held at the Oman Convention and Exhibition Center in Muscat, Oman. The third question was, who is the group CEO? Group CEO of who? Of Comics. The answer was the group CEO of Comics, Mr. Ali Hard. Is it correct, Mr. Umar? So we have to correct, I think. So this is the wrong answer. I meant to copy it here because we need to challenge, because this is a new natural language processing from OpenAPI, and it gives me this answer. The next question was, give me the contact, please. It gave me that you can contact comics at blah, 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 and email info. Is it correct, the comics team? Is it correct, the telephone and email? I haven't verified it. I'm verifying immediately with the comics team. Is it correct? It's almost correct. What about the focus area? It gives me the focus area. And imagine once I ask this question to the chat, I put some minutes between each questions in order to, verify and test the accuracy of the answer. But almost I can say right now it's more than 90% accurate. The second question is, I use my natural language in order to ask, give me the best code for Twitter sentiment analysis to be used in the Python. And after a few seconds, it gave me the following code can be used with the Twitter sentiment analysis, and this is the code. So you don't need to be a programmer in the future. You just ask the chatbot, and you can just copy the code and use it in your programming. Another type of advanced image recognition, that's mean we have advanced AI today with object detection. We have also advanced AI with OCR, where the airport, staff scan our ID cards and also our passport, face and body recognition. Some cameras here, they can identify the speakers. Some cameras, for example, even they can identify you from the back, not just from the front. If you have not Omani, Dishdasha, of course, because Oman Dishdasha is very wide. Also, we have virtual speech, image capturing, content filtering, and moderation, where you can filter the internet content, whether at home or in the service provider. So just to conclude my presentation right now, the future of advanced AI will interact with human. It's called human-centered AI. So it's like, AI taking and learning from our inputs, and it will help the human to be more advanced in doing their, capabilities, in doing their activities, like patients, like people who are in critical areas, firemen, astronauts, or people who are climbing, for example, mountains. So basically, scientists right now, they are working with some academic institute in order to reform, the business plan and the business model of the AI. Instead of AI replacing the human, AI will help the human to be more smart and help the human to perform more tasks. At the end, advanced AI will move the centralized application, where today we have it in our organization and companies, to be a decentralized applications, in order these systems to talk to each others and to be in the future a decentralized application to perform more tasks in a smarter way, faster way, and precise way, with low cost and with more economic impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Amjad, and thank you all speakers. I would like to invite you all to the stage for a Q&A session. طارق السليماني. Then we will have a short break. We will have a short break.
Sultanate of Oman is witnessing a rapid technological transformation in the midst of the fourth industrial revolution. It relies on data to implement innovative services through the use of artificial intelligence, cloud computing, and the Internet of Things to revolutionize the way organizations work and accelerate business growth in an unprecedented way. These technological advancements pave the way for a digital enabler to help businesses bridge the gap from where they are today to reach goals of Vision 2040 in Oman. We at Oman Data Park are here to help you get there with a team of internationally qualified local technology experts, engineers, and solution architects. Our ultimate aim is to enable you to drive innovation and digital transformation to achieve Oman's Vision 2040. We come to you with a decade of technological achievements that have enabled over 800 local and international customers, benefiting from agile data center solutions covering cloud, infrastructure, and cybersecurity services. Starting in 2012 as a managed services and co-location services provider with a data center in Mutayya, we quickly grew to be the only Tier 3 provider with 3 data centers in Oman, with addition of Rusail and Duqm, as well as offering disaster recovery and backup solutions. Our progress continued with the addition of enhanced security services, public cloud, and a dedicated cybersecurity center. The arrival of advanced cloud solutions made us the only provider of Microsoft Azure and the only virtual data center, Nebula, as well as the accreditation by MTC in appreciation of the cloud and security services we offer. The tech advancements continued as we introduced Nebula AI with NVIDIA technologies, as well as our support to help customers transform to Oracle Cloud infrastructure. With our evolving technology, continuous innovation, we enable organizations to optimize performance, empower employees, and meet their goals with digital enablement journey. We continuously strive to deliver on our promise to enable the digital transformation of Oman through our customers while complying with the Sultanate's regulations on data sovereignty. Our powerful solutions, backed by premium SLA-based services, include infrastructure as a service, cloud solutions, platform as a service, software as a service, managed security services, professional services. We endeavor to support the Omani SME sector, enabling them to build technological advancements to enhance their performance and increase competitiveness. Our journey to the future continues to enable your digital transformation. We strive to become one of the top 10 managed service providers in the world by 2025 through the introduction of world-class technologies and artificial intelligence-led services. Oman Data Park, Oman's digital enabler.
continue on our session, I would like to invite our guest speaker, Joy Powell, Regional Leader of Analytics, AI Risk and ESG from GBM, to introduce his topic on lessons learned in implementing advanced AI and machine learning.
Okay. As the presentation actually kind of comes in, I have some good news actually there. We talk about AI and we're all fearful of AI catching on, but there is also some interesting to be hopeful. Now let's look at it. For one, there are certain things which machines are great. For example, they're very, very good and from natural language point of view. The ability to kind of learn languages, they're good. They're very good when it comes to pattern identification. They have endless capacity. They can work for 24/7 for the whole 365. They never get tired. And they're extremely good. They're very, very good in eliminating bias. Every one of us are biased. We want to say we are unbiased. There is no one who is unbiased, actually, and that's what the quote is. But machines are very, very good when it comes to eliminating bias. And these are very, very good. Machine learning, they're very, very good at actually. They're very good when it comes to locating knowledge. That's the good part of that. But humans are different. Dreaming, that's a uniqueness of humans. Our ability for abstraction, you just draw one big figure and say, that's the GDP of United States. And then you draw one small figure like this and say, that's the GDP of Senegal. One big round and one small round. And we understood exactly what that meant. That ability to abstract things, ability to generalize things, ability to dream, ability to kind of act with compassion, stand for morals. We're very, very good when it comes to dilemma handling. I mean, these are pure common sense. This is what makes us human. Now, if you're in the business of locating knowledge, then we will have a problem. Then we need to be fearful. But remain what makes us human, then there is nothing else to be worried about. And use the cognitive to work with us. And then they talk about singularity a day when they actually kind of take all these points at what makes us human, and if the computers actually kind of AI reaches there, as the old adage goes, then AI has become human. They will have exactly the same problems. What AI as humans as we today have, AI will have the same problem. So don't worry about it. So on that good note, what do we learned as in terms of the lessons learned? And that's what we want to kind of keep it out here. But I want to kind of give a context here. These are things when we went across and did this AI, we faced this problem. We want to kind of consolidate it and put across to you so that you don't make those mistakes. But before that, I want to kind of put a context, and the context is this. Anything that we do in AI, anything that we do in machine learning can be compartmentalized in 3 buckets. Anything, any activity that you actually kind of do. Let me just see if the mic works. And the first one is actually in terms of improve the top line, augment the customer experience, or optimize the bottom line in terms of efficiency. Any guesses which is the third one? Any innovation, any work that you do in your organization will fall under these 3 buckets. Amen, indeed. Dalal, yeah, it is eliminating risk. How do we mitigate risk? Anything that we actually do. Like, for example, you take up new product experience. It actually falls in the first bucket. The second one, in terms of modernization, it falls into kind of make a better customer experience to increase your top line. Or you actually kind of say cost optimization models. It's to kind of better the second bucket. Or you say fraud detection. It actually falls into any. So that's a good thing. And we're going to use this AI, and we're going to take 3 use cases where we did in this 3, and the lessons that we actually learned when we deployed AI. So just an aspect of here, and who started this particular discussion, I believe it was you, ma'am, and she said something beautiful, in fact. She said, data in itself will not give you that requirement. That was the opening line. And he said, the key thing is in terms of what knowledge we make out of the data, and that's the challenge. And that's what we're actually trying to kind of make AI for, and they're beautiful when it comes to locating knowledge. obviously based on ML algorithms, but they're very, very good when it comes to it. And it follows that typical process of you need to kind of collect your data, get the data in the right shape, model the data, visualize the data, simulate, use the results, and it's a full turn. But all these particular ones to kind of do those three use cases that we talked about, those three major buckets that we talked about. You with me? So next few minutes is actually just to kind of understand how, when we implemented one of these enablers, so we have been doing those three things perennially, using Excel or using a normal, we have been doing this, it's not new. So what is new here? New is using the new enabler, which is available for you. Like you can still walk it from here to Rue, or you can take a car. Now car is an enabler because that's a new technology available. In that way, there are many new technologies available to solve those three problems. And that is transformation. Transformation is not that, oh, suddenly transformation came in. No, transformation is using those new digital enablers, and these are more all around the digital, be it in terms of the IoT, augmented reality, artificial intelligence, drones, blockchain. These are all enablers trying to do all those three works that we actually kind of doing. And that's transformation, and that's digital transformation. We've all been transforming. It's just as the 21st century innovation that transformation came in. So I just want to kind of get that particular point on. And with that note on, I want to kind of pick up three use cases. We've got about less than 15 minutes to do this. Let's rush that actually on. Okay. Now, to do this particular one, the first one, and we talked about this particular aspect quite much in the discussion. And here is the premise. The premise is this. Making data accessible is one of the first lessons that we learned. We thought, oh, data, AI is get all the data because you've got the compute power, get all the data available. No, that is only one part of the problem. Making data available, be it data lake, data warehouse, is only one problem. Making data accessible is another problem. I want to kind of keep that particular thing in mind. Let's see when it kind of goes in. And this is early on that we actually kind of found out. The more you have it, the data, the more you realize the lack of data. So you'll get more data, then you'll get more data. And that's the key thing actually out here. But here is a problem. This data is not machine readable. So you got a couple of these data actually in one place. It's like, I'm learning Arabic, I still don't learn. So if I've got an Omani, I'm an Indian, just because we are together in one place, that doesn't mean that we can communicate each other. And that's the problem right now. We have put in data lakes, and you're putting a machine on top of it. The machine is not in a machine readable format. Are you with me? So just getting data alone will not, and that is a big problem that we faced. We said, okay, it's all about big data. Let's get as much as data as possible. Now here is a small problem in that. Big data, more than big data, you need a variety of data. Just big data itself of one specific pattern will create more problems than solutions. So just want to kind of get that particular thing. Along with that big data, you also need a variety of data. And I'll come to that particular problem as I go across the second issue. But data itself doesn't make the new oil. You need a context. And let me give you an example. So we actually kind of did this particular example. We did it for the largest telco and also for the largest central bank in the region. And we did a risk management solution for them. So we did their operation risk, we did their policy and compliance, and we had this beautiful dashboards kind of coming across. It showed what's their exposure and everything. Now, those who are not actually within the risk parlance, let me just spend the next 2 minutes just to make you understand how is typically risk management is being done. So you identify there is a risk in running a company. I'll give you a small example. An example could be that there is a corruption in awarding tender. So that's a risk. And how do we ensure that we do not actually have corruption, we don't have bribery or a collusion internally? So we say one of the ways you can actually kind of put a control to that is I'll put a control saying the person who actually initiates a request cannot be the person who will approve the request. So there are two people at least. You will at least have more than at least 3 vendors being called in for the same thing. You don't do a single. These are all controls. You see what I'm saying? There is a risk that we identified, and then we identify controls how we can mitigate that risk. Now this is the way it actually kind of works. So in a risk parlance, you have your company, your organization, and then you have a process. A process in this particular case is a procurement. And then you identify the various risks, and then you actually kind of go and say, these are the controls. Now, here is the thing that we did. We collected all this data. We had the risk data, we had the control data, and then we periodically did the tests to see whether it's actually, going good, right, not, and the test results, and we actually kind of published it. Now, when we did that, we were able to kind of come out of those reports, but we want AI to be working on that, and that's where we faced the problem. We had data about risk, we had data about controls, but we never had the relationship between them, which means that that's another, that risk can be mitigated by, and that's a wording, by controls. This can be mitigated by controls. Okay, now that is setting a context. If you don't do this, just having risk data, just having control data, it will not make the connection. It's not machine ready. So this particular thing, what we kind of called as a relationship, just to kind of have a technical word, it's called ontology. And the whole bigger thing is called taxonomy. So in a larger framework, just imagine it's just a small microcosm. The number of elements in a typical relationship diagram for risk is huge. And if you do not actually kind of make those relationships, it is not machine readable. You need to kind of put your FAQs, you need to manually code it. So one of the things that we did is we went ahead and wrote those relationships. So what we now did is we have got the data, we got this big data, but we made the relationship between these data elements. And then, without coding, without you typing in, I could ask a question, show me control gap. And it understood control gap means controls which do not have any risk associated. It's just lying, it's just a control. I never coded it. You getting me? And now it is machine ready. And that's a big learning. And we never do this. We all in the process of just getting the data. And that's a big learning that we actually do. So if you're doing a process, if you're doing big data initiatives, AI initiatives, and ML initiatives, ensure that you solve this particular problem. And then when you actually kind of put it to the bot, where you to kind of realize it is not the traditional way of drag, drop, or no. You can now ask in a natural language because it not only understands data, but understands the relationship between the data. With me? So that's a big learning. Data itself is not the new oil. Data in the context is the new oil. And that was a big learning that we actually kind of did. So we use this and say 90% of these bots will be replaced in 2023, in the next year. This is what the Gartner says actually, because they try to kind of do that by coding FAQs. This is what is traditionally most of the chatbots right now is doing. There was a beautiful one, there was actually who just before that who showed, and that was using the relationship, because they're understanding the relationship of English. But here you understand that you need to kind of create, depending upon your organization, if it is risk, then risk-related language, not just English as a language. And I might be speaking English, for example, retinopathy. There are, depending upon retinopathy, it is actually a central serous retinopathy or a hypertensive retinopathy, and then it could be non-proliferative or proliferative. You have no clue what I'm speaking. I'm speaking English. But you have no clue what I'm speaking. Why? Because that's a medical terminology. And if you don't actually kind of get that terminology in the medical context, you will never be able to ask a natural language question. You can get all the data, but you still have to code it. The other way of doing it actually is to kind of get this particular thing. Okay, so putting that across on your left-hand side, what you see is once you've done the relationship, then you have this IBM's Watson, that's what we used. It's one of the leaders actually in that particular space. To able to define relationships, then you can actually kind of get things like entity resolution done so that you can get the answers in your natural language. And that's why Smart Dubai, a lot of references in the region actually kind of very recently, ASEAN, kind of going in for that kind of a technology. Now on the right-hand side, this could be any application. It could be a supply chain management solution of yours. It could be ERP of yours. We just use Open Pages, which is a leader when it comes to risk management solution. With me? So what we're trying to do is that not just the data, but the relationship of the data. And then you put a bot on top of it. Bot got it because now the data is machine readable. So it's which data you want to make it accessible. Anything, any corpus of information in your organization, you want to make it accessible. go for this approach. We found it is one of the leaders. If you want specifically interested in IBM, reach to us from Watson, actually. It's been the leader for quite some time. So it's not making data accessible, but data and knowledge in the context. So you're adding that knowledge also so that then it can actually kind of comes with matters of insight and things. So the example that we showed, of course, is for government and telco, and Watson AI services and open pages. Great. Now I told earlier one case that we are all biased. And the second use case actually is what we kind of call it as the life in the day two of AI. Let me ask you a question. Put them in order. So put them in order as if I give you grade 7, grade 2, grade 10. Put them in order. What will be the order? Grade 2, grade 7, and grade 10, right? I mean, that's the order. Okay, I'll give you 3 words. Put them in order. Love, justice, truth. Put them in order. Like what comes first, and what comes next, and what comes next. It's not a trick question. We get this hierarchy wrong. So I've got 3 words for you. Love. What is the most important? What should you start with? Justice. Truth. What is the first thing should be? Love. Truth. Yeah. What is the second one? Justice. Man, you guys are amazing. I mean, this is the first time you got the sequence right. I mean, Omalis are really human people because most of them say love. No, what is love if it is not justice? If it's not based on justice, what is justice? What is the justice that you're delivered if it is not based on truth? So truth is sublime, right? And based on that is the justice. My point across is that we create models, and if it is not truthful, it's a problem. And that's one thing we learned the long way. So this example is actually for a banking customer, and we created models for this particular banking customer. Now, the data that we got, and that's the problem that I said, we got all their transaction data. And we started with this particular thing. But this data was actually, majority of the data was actually about people who are above the age of 30. Actually 32 to be precise. Above the age of 30. They are mainly male. They're mainly non-Emiratis. So this particular bank which I'm talking about, which when we did this particular project. You see what I'm saying? But we got all the data, and it was huge data actually. We're talking about approximately around 30 million contract data that we got, and so that's a great data. But you see the problem, and the accuracy came absolute. But here is a problem, it is automatically biased to a Emirati woman under the age of 30. Not because we wanted that actually, but there is a biasness in that particular data that we got. And most of the models that we make, we don't think about that particular thing. So that's a day 2 problem. Let's talk about if you are not reached the day 2, there is a day 0 problem and day 1 problem. We need to kind of get that sorted out. If you're not on that particular thing, speak to us. We can help you in that. And the way we actually help the day 0 and day 1 is start with a journey map, because you need to have a very clear idea as to what you're trying to solve. Don't just put AI for the sake of AI. Have a journey map, have very clear objectives where you want to kind of do. And there you start with the day 0, where we're saying the whole process of collecting the data, depending upon is that ELT or ETL, then refining that particular data, kind of see what your objective is. So it's always towards the objective. Start with the journey map. But once you've got that actually in shape, it is a very, very structified process. It says, get that, find the relevant data, prepare the data analysis, and create the ML, DL models. So that's what we kind of call it as the, depending upon what, I'm not getting into the nitty-gritties of it, what models you will use, supervised, unsupervised, all those particular things. That all kind of comes to the day 1 problem. That is, once you've got your data, day 0 is getting your data, day 1 is what algorithms to use against that prioritized objective. We did all this correct. Where we went wrong is the day 2 problem. We didn't actually have that, and we fixed it, but we faced a problem actually. So we had this particular model, beautiful diagrams, beautiful dashboards for the retail banking head, dashboards for the agents across. We started with 3, we actually eventually made 12 models. We had a portfolio analysis model, it had those statistical figures kind of coming out, all honky-dory, fantastic. Churn model, the accuracies, if you kind of look into it, not bad. And it said, these are the set of actions that you did. Where we went wrong is the day 2 problem. And day 2 problem actually is, you got that in shape, is to see the biasness in that. Is that ethics of that model? And this is where we went back and fixed that particular thing. We made that AI models trustworthy, because that's a foundational aspect. And this is something that you need to kind of constantly relook at it for looking and ensure that there is no biasness, there is an explainability of the model that actually kind of comes across, and ensuring that it is constantly looked for its drifting. So if you kind of look into it, this particular one, it's called OpenScale. We employ it on top of these models. So any model that we actually kind of had, we deployed on top of that. This is a day 2 problem, which we kind of call it as the trustworthiness of it. So today, those models that actually kind of goes through it know there is a drifting. We know in terms of an accuracy from a biasness point of view, we are able to get those extra details to it. So something that you need to kind of keep in mind. So it is important that trustworthiness of an AI model is very, very key. And the example that I talked about is actually a banking, but we also did this for a customer in the customs, in the models that we actually kind of did for the things that are importing. And the solutions that we use is called Data Fabric, Studio, Watson Studio, and OpenScale. Just if you're interested, actually, one of those nerds who wants to kind of see what's under the hood, those are the technologies. But if you want to kind of know more about it, do speak. We've got a whole GBM team out here, and we can help you in the day 0, day 1, and day 2 problems. Actually, we have got a very, very proven methodology, the D6 methodology, to kind of help you in doing it. Okay, having said that, I'm so happy right in the start, and the gentleman who's actually, who's a consultant there, he bought in one aspect, and he said, it's good to kind of put your dollar in the first gentleman who said, in AI. And the second gentleman, he said, put your dollar in carbon management, right? Who uses AI? And that's something that we learned the hard way year before. I was actually there in COP27, and we've got now a practice on this particular aspect. So we have been doing performance management, but if you like it or not, there is a new aspect which is coming in, and the data points that you require is much larger than the typical performance management. It's called sustainable performance management. And the wordings for this particular thing is called ESG. A lot of us get the S, actually, sustainability. S is not sustainability, S is social. So ESG. And 87% of the company says that that's a number 1 factor, but it's only 23% who put an effort to it. There are few in this. So this is something that you need to kind of really look into, because that's another lesson that we learned the hard way. And we've got a practice to it. We'll see it across. If you see it, this is a kind of report. Now, can you think of a company without a balance sheet? You can't. It is coming that you need to kind of have an ESG report very soon, 2023, next year. All the European companies, or European countries' companies, including also South Korea, Japan, Australia, South Africa, they are mandating every company should have an ESG report along with your balance sheet. We can help you that, which means that it will soon come here. Already in the net zero, 3 countries have already signed up. Oman is not there, but Oman is very soon catching. Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Bahrain is already there, which means it will come mandate to you, and it will come as a force which you need to kind of reckon. Already, any company which is listed in ADX or DFM needs ESG reporting. If you have not got that, talk to us. We can help you, because we've gone ahead and done that particular thing. So it's not how much money you make. It's not on the top line, but also how ethical you're doing it. The produce, the services, how sustainable that actually is. And how you treat your people, both your internal customers and external customers, with dignity. We don't have anything to measure that. We used to have a corporate social responsibility, but never had metrics. This gives you metrics, and there are standards like SASB. SASB is now getting replaced by IFRS. IFRS is getting, by the way, COP27, they introduced S1 and S2. The draft is already out, which means that IFRS will already have ESG reporting. And most of us, we are learning for the first time. So do that research, talk to us, we can help you in that journey, get that particular thing on, because it's going very, very fast. And we're using AI to do this, and you'll see as to how we're doing it. And it's not me, myself, and my dog. You as a company, what is your people doing when something else is happening in your community? Are you doing anything? Can you show a verifiable proof for that? Is your organization trustworthy? Is there a whistleblower policy? Is there a policy to kind of ensure there is no bribery happening? Is there equality and equity to the people in the board? It talks to a large genre of things which is more human in nature. So that's what it is. So it is not just increasing top line, improving bottom line, and managing risk. There's a fourth parameter or a fourth imperative, and that's ESG. Already ESG has become ESG++. So with that note on, it's only 23% who have got few things which has been done. Although some 70 plus said, yeah, that's the key thing. Global study shows only 23%. So if you're there, talk to us. It's moving from a shareholder to a stakeholder. And these are the companies where we have done, along with Sustainable Square, these are companies where we have helped them in their performance journey to do sustainable ESG reporting. And some of the largest banks in the region, some of the largest retailers in the region, some of the largest government organizations in the region, we have helped. So do reach out to us, and we do the entire preparation, integration report, and launching and getting you the certification. Fine. With that note on, that's the AI that we're using internally, which is, if you see on the left-hand side, we can take a report because you want to kind of do a benchmarking of you versus the other. And those reports are actually kind of coming. Instead of you looking into the data, you can take that PDF, put into the AI solution, and AI would do the whole reading of that document. You just make the first few pages. You underline and say, that's the heading, that's the context. And the rest, 150 pages, it automatically does it. And that's the AI that we have deployed, and that will be needed because the kind of metrics that you're talking about, if you want to kind of do in the journey, it's on 500 plus. So that's the key thing. Do speak to us, and that's my last slide, which says that sustainable performance management is key. Have a note for that. It's very, very important. So the example is applicable to any kind of industries. That's a quick summary of what we just now learned. These slides, I'm sure, is available across. And as you said, there is no AI without an IA. Speak to us. IBM has got a solution where we have made this whole thing as one engineered appliance. We'll be more than happy to kind of do a workshop with you where we can take you through this journey. It's offered to you, and once you qualify, as a service, where we can then do a small MVP with you. And we bring in this particular experiences to you. There are many more, but we thought we'll highlight these three. Thank you for your time. That's my key. If you want the presentation, please reach out to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Joy. Now I would like to invite our next speaker, Yunus Al-Anqudi, the head of ICT from Transom Handling, to introduce his topic on machine learning for business processes, re-engineering based on Lean Six Sigma principles.
Assalamu alaikum. I don't like standing, that's why I like to move. Before we start, when you work with data, the first thing that you learn is thinking. And sometimes it's a wild thinking. I had an experience with one of the CEOs and in one of the companies I used to work with. And his staff number was one number before my number. One day he noticed that and he was saying, look who will be the next CEO. The next day I resigned. So now thinking, having that concept, if we know that Dr. Ali was sitting somewhere here, if I sat in his place, will I be the next undersecretary? Do you have this wild thinking? That's analytics. And when you bring a question that doesn't make any sense, and you make a sense of it, out of it, right? And this is the first thing that you do when you are modeling. So before we start there, I would like to ask, how many of us here unemployed? ما موظف, unemployed. All right. How many of us here know something about machine learning? All right. That's comforting. Okay, I can talk now. All right. So from today's session, what do we know about machine learning? After some time, machine will be like humans. Where is the guy? Machine will be like humans from the last presentation. What makes us human is our feelings, right? Can we mimic feelings from machine? What is the feeling? What is the feeling? Emotion. What is emotion? Chemical? Yes. Can we do that in machine? Of course. So machines today are among us, and to your surprise, some people think that I'm a machine. Anyways, let's move. Now in the presentation, I will give you an introduction about the business processes. For the unemployed people, business processes are essential for corporates, for organizations. Anything in the organization is linked or governed by a process. So a process is defined as a list or a set of activities that we give it an input and then we expect an output. For example, like requesting a leave, an annual leave. Now it's December, some people will be asking for a leave, right? So this is an activity. Sometimes it hits, right? Sometimes it's very simple. You send it to your line manager and then he approves it. Other times it's very complicated. You send it to your line manager, he will send it to his line manager, then to the head of the unit, then to HR, then to payroll. Complicated. That's why people got the business process re-engineer idea. And the re-engineering, it's in basic, this is the academic definition of it. It's a renovation, restructuring, complete change. But when we ask people in practice, they say any change in the business process, it's an re-engineering. If we eliminated one process, or if we divided one process to two, then that's a re-engineering because we changed the structure of it. All right. There are multiple ways to do the re-engineering, and we will focus on the Lean Six Sigma because now, especially in Oman and the Middle East, it's booming, and lots of organizations are following the method of the Lean Six Sigma. It's not complicated, it's very simple. It focuses on customer. We have a process, and then you will have your customer. Does it add value to the customer? Who will you ask? Who will you ask? You will ask the customer, if it is internal or external customer. Now, for example, in your house, you have your children and you're just about to decide to go out. The process is, they suggest, you approve it. Does it add value to them? They will ask for fun zone, right? Well, regardless what you say, it's fun zone. Then map the value stream, get rid of the junk. The junk is the discussion, all of the discussion that you have. You're spending half an hour convincing them, no, we will go to Mount Jabal Akhdar, Mount Green. Then you will spend 2 hours on the road, boring, right? But they will have their iPads. No, let's say fun zone. Then there is a value and benefit to all of the stakeholders, to the employees, to the customers. It has a financial impact, and there are lots of values of it. Then it's very interesting, right? And the problem, we don't have much of people who know how to implement the Lean Six Sigma. This is one of the companies who implements the Lean Six Sigma, Leanscape, and they say that there is a huge value to implementing Lean Six Sigma, but it comes at huge cost as well. Because when you employ them, you will be paying hundreds of thousands for them. Now, Lean Six Sigma has a 7+1 waste types. They look at the waste types and they eliminate them. It's like defects, overproduction, waiting, when you are waiting on a line, unused talent. You have someone who is talented and has PhD, and you are making him entering data, for example. That's a waste of talent. Transportation, inventory, motion, and extra or overproduction. Overprocessing. And there are lots of details in here. I think the presentation will be shared with you. You will be able to learn from it. Lean Six Sigma is a process. The process is very simple. You define the problem, you measure it, you analyze it, you improve it by implementing or looking at the waste, eliminating the waste, shrinking the process from 10 steps to 2 steps, for example, and then you control. When you deploy it, you control it. Now the idea here with machine learning, that was an idea. We have a process, and we have a process re-engineering, and we have a way to re-engineer a business process. We call it Lean Six Sigma. The machine learning, as we see in Dr. Amjad, he said, I think he left, machine learning is part of AI. AI came in the 50s or before, in the 50s. Machine learning also at that time, but we didn't have the equipment or the hardware to make it work. After 2000, 2010, then we had the equipment, we had more processing power in the computers, then we have it working. And after machine learning, we got the deep learning, which is mimicking the human brain in using the neural networks. And there are types for machine learning: supervised, unsupervised, semi-supervised, and reinforced. Do we know the difference between them? Because I think multiple people discussed them, but I don't think it's clear to everyone. Do we need to explain it? I feel that you are sleeping. It's not lunch yet. Do we need to explain what is the difference between supervised and unsupervised, for example? Classification. All right. So let's leave machine learning. And what is the difference between supervised and unsupervised? That's machine learning. Let's leave machine learning. What is supervised and unsupervised? Teacher-based learning. That's again machine learning. What is the difference between supervised and unsupervised? In supervised, you have someone supervising. You have a team. That team may be a system or a machine learning or people, human people, and you are supervising them to do their job. Unsupervised, you're giving the trust on the team. You don't have a supervisor. You give it the trust to the team, and in this case to a machine algorithm to do the job. And this is the fundamental difference between supervised and unsupervised. Supervised, we will have someone label the data, and we know if we have this input, we will have that output. And then we have a set of data. We will have test a set of data. Then we will have a training and test, and then we will be deploying the machine learning algorithm for new set of examples. Then we will ask it to classify and recommend for us. For unsupervised, I have data, big data, but I don't know what's inside it. It's not labeled. It's not, we don't know the output for it. I can't say, for example, this set of data means that. I don't have that. And I don't have the time or the capacity to do that. Then I give it to unsupervised machine learning algorithm, and I'll give it the time. And I'll give it the resources, computers and all of that to do the job. After some while, it will give me some results, but it will take more time. Semi-supervised between them, I have some data and to supervise, and I have other data with no labels on them. Maybe new, not like the labeled data that we labeled. It will give us more output, more labels than the one that I gave it in the beginning. Not like the supervised. The supervised, I will give it all of the labels that I know. It will have only that set of labels to classify. Reinforced, it will be learning by itself. You will give it a rule. You will say, if you see in this data, then the output is that, and then you give it data. It will learn from the data. It's not the case all the time. We have this data, the same set of data, but the output is different. Then it will reinforce based on the learning. For example, Tesla cars. You know Tesla, right? All right. Tesla cars, before 2 months or 3 months, hit a camel. Why? Because it was the first time for it to see a camel. صح؟ هذا اللي يخبرونا. Don't tell anyone. So, after that camel, after that poor camel, have we seen any Tesla car hit another camel? No, it wasn't reported. Why? Because the Tesla car learned that this kind of thing, we shouldn't hit it. It will damage the car. And that car sent the information to all of the other cars. So that's reinforcement. It's changing the rule that we was giving. And this is a set of algorithms around the machine learning, the supervised and unsupervised, and the reinforcement. For our problem today, we're trying to classify the activity in the process as a waste or not waste. That's why it's a classification problem. And here is a set of algorithms that we can use to classify the algorithm. Then, how to do that? We need to develop a model. The model will bring the gap between process science and data science, will close the gap between them. Now we know process science, and this is the data science. And machine learning is part of the data science and the algorithms. We will close that gap, but the model will require data. At the beginning, this was my research. At the beginning, I thought it will be easy, but I spent 5 years researching. It's not easy. There was a guideline to develop a model, and here's the guideline. We defined the business case. We defined the problem. We selected a case study. When you have a problem, you have to select a case study so you prove that it's correct or not. Then we modeled the machine learning activities. We split the data to test it and to evaluate it, and then we prepared the data. Now we are ready to implement. The proposed model will automate part of the process of Lean Six Sigma. At the beginning, define someone in the organization or the business owner will need to define the scope. What do we want to do? We'll give that order to the machine learning, which will measure, will analyze, and will improve the process. But once the machine learning gives this suggestion, the new improved business process, someone in the organization will need to sustain it and control it. How the machine learning model will work, how it will work. The required data. We created this set of data, list of thousands of records of process activities, and then we collected all of this data. We requested the process owner to add more data to the process. The machine learning will classify based on the information. Remember, we're in the Lean Six Sigma, we're looking at the value, right? The data that the business owner will, or the process owner will add, will examine the value of the process. Sometimes we're attached to our process. We don't want to change because people resist change. Today I'm getting lots of papers to sign. I like to sign papers. Tomorrow they will eliminate that. I won't have that luxury of signing papers, right? So people resist. We will resist this change. The model will classify the activity, if it is waste or not, and then will recommend to sustain it or to eliminate it, to delete it completely or to automate it. And this is the strength of this machine learning model. The added value, when we eliminate processes, when we give the recommendation to eliminate a process, the model calculated the activity, the operation cost in terms of time, in terms of money, and in terms of resources. That catch the interest of people, because then we will have saving. Then the process performance will be better. Then we will have some saving, some money saving. And from the case study that we did, this was the result. 44.12% of the examined activities were classified as waste. Imagine why. Because of, number one reason, because of bureaucracy. Because 100 people wants to approve a request, where we need only one approval. And there are multiple levels for them. Some of them of the level of a CEO. Who here from you, among you, know the salary of a CEO? What is the salary of a CEO? GBM, he's not here, you can say it. Yes, your CEO. Okay, okay. I don't think they are recording, they are not recording. They are filming only. The salary of a CEO varies on the level of the organization, of the company. Sometimes it can be 11,000 Oman Riyal, sometimes 25,000 Oman Riyal. Yes, sometimes more than that, sometimes below. Yeah, and some of you don't believe these numbers, but these numbers are real. Here in Oman, we have CEOs who earn more than 23 or 30, 35 Omani, 35 حتى أنا ما أقدر أقولها 35,000 Oman Riyal a month, which makes, if he is involved in a process, the cost of that process jumps. If we need his time, 1 minute of his time, to approve a request, then the cost of that process jumps. And that's why we have 115% improvement in the productivity and 35% improvement in the operating cost saving. Imagine by implementing only Lean Six Sigma. In the traditional way, you will need to bring someone, an expert in Lean Six Sigma, who will sit with you and your team, and who will be mapping the value. They call it the value stream mapping. They will be mapping the value of the process. And then we'll be challenging the team if we need this process or this activity or not. What we are proposing here, what I'm proposing in my model, I call it Anqudium. What I'm proposing here, you don't need that consultant. You can save 200,000 in your pocket, and you can implement my model here. And if you are generous, you will give me 15%. It's okay. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Yunus. Now I would like to invite Dr. Ahmed Al-Badi, CTO of Bayanat, to introduce his topic on delivering value by bridging research in data analytics and industry.
Assalamu alaikum. So I'm just waiting for the presentation. Yeah, it's on. So welcome, everyone. I am the CTO. My name is Ahmed Al-Badi, and I am the CTO of Bayanat. Well, after hearing the salaries, maybe there is something to consider about CEOs as well. So this is the topic, and I hope it will be an interesting presentation. The question is, how do we bridge research and industry? And the kind of applications, what are the use cases? And what I try to bring today is actual and real world, real engineering use cases in this field. And I selected a few of them for a reason, that they actually kind of in different sectors, but also they work at different stages of data analytics projects. So I will start by quoting something from the executive program of AI and AT, program landscape in Oman. Then I will talk about the life cycle of data analytics projects, going into the main steps of data analytics projects as well. And then I will explore some use cases in the industry. And then actually finally leading to the answer of this question of today's talk. Those use cases are actually being a result of collaboration between the place where I used to work at, the University of Sheffield and the Advanced Manufacturing Research Center, along with different universities in Shanghai, Barcelona, and also in Bremen in Germany. And it also comes in collaboration with different global partners, industrial partners, from Siemens, Tata Steel, and Rolls-Royce. So the executive program for artificial intelligence and advanced technologies, this was published this year. And it defines 3 layers that they enable, for example, the AI and advanced technologies adoption in Oman. And they go as this: the application layer, the technology layer, and the infrastructure layer. Now, we understand that the application layer is the use cases, and the technology is where actually the algorithm and the development happens. The infrastructure are the tools in terms of hardware and software that actually enables us to do this. We can represent this in a slightly different way. If we now link them to the organizations, to the entities that actually enable these layers, we will find out that the application layers comes from industry, organization, government entities. And then when we think about the technology layer, so again, it can come from organizations. So those are the organizations that actually invested a lot in these technologies, but also it can come within the organization themselves, as in research and development, for example, department, academia, but also the developers as well. The infrastructure layer is where you actually have access to the hardware and the software, which enables you to implement these applications. A general view for any data analytics project will actually start with the scoping. And this is where you actually go and ask different questions. For example, who is the target audience? What is the available data? And what's the implication if a project actually succeeds? And then you go into the process where you actually deal with the data, where you prepare, where you model and assess that model, and then end up with the deployment, if it actually succeeds and passes that phase. The use cases I'm going to explain, they actually focus on that middle part, okay? So the transformation and the analysis bit. And the point is, for these different tasks and specific tasks in data analytics projects, like the collection, the transformation, the modeling, and the visualization, it is possible to add value in these at different processes. You don't need to complete the whole cycle. And we will start by actually looking at 3 different use cases in the energy sector, in the aerospace, and the mining industry as well. So the first one, this is a combustor, is what you see here. A combustor essentially is one of the main parts in a turbine engine where you actually introduce the energy. The case here is related to the data collection and why the method of data collection is very important. Now, if you actually image the burning process and the flame in that combustor, this is what you're going to see on the left. It might not be that clear, but there are, for example, slight kind of dots that actually move around the combustor. And those are what is called soot particles. They are agglomerated. So they get together, the carbon particles get together and they move around. And usually it's an indication of improper combustion or inefficient combustion. And the challenge was here because you test essentially different fuels and you test, for example, different mixing mechanisms in the combustor. And whenever you see such a thing, you would like to figure out where do they actually originate from, okay? What is the location of that? Now, if we look at the images on the left, we wouldn't be able to tell exactly because what we have is just a 2D images going, and the particles are actually going around. But now if we think about, can we improve the data collection process so we actually figure out exactly where it comes from, the location? And that is possible by a technique called stereo imaging. On the video on the right, this is what you see, a 3D reconstruction of the paths of these particles. And you can see they actually move, for example. They start at a location and they move across the space in that combustor itself. So the key point out of this case is that the way we collect data is really important. And it kind of defines the results that you end up. So for sometimes, if you really do have quality issues with the data, it might not be necessarily the only problem because we could actually also lose other data that we're not collecting. That appears later to be necessary for the analysis itself. We move to a different use case. So this is in the aerospace. It's again an engine, and again it's inside the combustor. Okay. The ignition in this specific one, the ignition used to happen at different locations, and the reason wasn't obvious. So this is a Rolls-Royce subatmospheric ignition test. Why the flame starts at different locations? So the answer to this question was actually through a technique called selective color enhancement. Now, this is only a processing. There is no need to go back to the data collection. You just we needed to think about the processing of the data. On the left, that's where you see the actual images, okay, of this process of the ignition. While on the right is the processed data. And you can see that it's possible to reveal a lot more on that specific, on these images. And what we see is the blue flame. And that blue flame is actually almost very comparable to the noise in that data in these images. So why is this possible? It is possible because we can model data sometimes in a different way than it was acquired. We know, for example, RGB, this is the model that is used mainly in our cameras to capture images. But then if you take that model and transform it in the right way, you're actually able to reveal a bit more data on the same thing, on the same data set. And so the outcome here, the point I'm highlighting, is that data transformation also can reveal a lot. And you can actually add value as well at this stage. So at the end of this project, for the different tests they had, so they could actually identify that the ignition doesn't happen randomly. It's because actually the fuel and the mixing of the fuel with the oxygen was at the right spots for the combustion process to actually start and happen, just because of the process data. So the value here is that you actually got a better understanding of the engineering problem itself. So the last one is in the mining sector. So this is a blast furnace technique. It's one of the techniques by which you produce steel. Okay, so you have a few inputs as raw materials, and then you end up with a molten steel where you can use it in different processes, such as continuous casting. The issue here, during this process, you do have a lot of contaminants, and they do reside on the top of the molten metal. So you do need to clear them out. That's called slag. You need to clear it. You need to clear all that contaminant for you to end up with a really good product at the end. Because this slag actually, it's part of the process. It will happen, but it considers a waste at that point. Now, during this process, usually, as you remove that slag, you actually remove also a lot of the metal, of the molten metal. And what you end up with, wasting essentially energy that was used. In some cases, per cycle, it's up to 3 tons of steel or iron. So that's a waste, and you would like to also, reduce that waste. So what do? This is related to the operation. And it ended up with developing actually an algorithm where it can tell the operators where to actually remove. What kind of slag, what is slag, and what is the hot metal that you should keep, and also the mixture of them. And you can see here on the left, that's usually the visual images. As you go to the right, the process, and then the marked one. And so that marking itself directly affects the people who are actually operate the whole process. And so they can take the slag, and whenever they think it's like clear, so that's indicated by red, so that's iron. So now you're left with no much more slag. Then you can stop the process. But you can also see at that exact right time while operating the value of this process and the marking thing. Now, why do I think all these use cases were possible in industry? It was a collaboration between research. So there were different research entities, and also different industrial partners in this. And it was possible to reach a value at different stages. And I think it's all start with the collaboration, that the industrial partner need to have that incentive also to share the data. It depends for different industries. You can sometimes share only so much data. But for everyone to advance in this, you need to start somewhere. It will also accelerate the research, because in this field, like it's been said in today's talks, it's not just a single field, it's also a multidisciplinary thing. And you will need different skills and talents to actually achieve a value at the end. Then, the events. So there is no better example but the data analytics event. What this kind of event made, instead of looking at problems in a way where they're only dealing with a single sector, like the engineering or the science or the computer science, it kind of put all of these projects and the different challenges under the data analytics field. And it's really good because everyone can actually share, and that's my next point, where you can actually share the use cases. As much as we expect from the part of the industrial companies and other organizations to share the projects they were involved in, we also should expect them to share their challenges and strategies. And from there, we can actually know and learn as well. We can learn, we can also, for example, propose to try and solve a certain challenge in that using data analytics. And at the end, wherever you start with the right problem, with the right use case, you actually should implement that into improving the operations of the business itself. It's not just usually a matter of research. Sometimes the value, for example, is the understanding. In other cases, it's creating products for that organization. In other cases, it's actually to improve the operations inside an organization. And so it should be implemented, the results out of these projects. I go again to the executive program of AI and advanced technologies. So they list different pillars, related to the productivity, to the capabilities, acceleration, and governance. And I highlighted the capabilities. So it's related to developing human capabilities and startups in AI. Now, although this program was actually published this year, the foundation of this program were laid off a few years back. And I can tell you, for example, an outcome of these kind of programs. The program that Bayanat came out to be, the company that we are kind of now working in, is actually an outcome of one of these programs, the upgrade programs. And so it's really interesting for us, and we are proud that we've reached to this stage where we actually can tell the others about our stories, but also our projects. So I've reached to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for listening, and I would like to invite everyone to attend tomorrow's session. It will be presented by Engineer Ahmed Laghdani, the CEO of Bayanat, and it's going to show the interesting work we're doing now in the telecom sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. We came to the end of our session. I would like to invite our final speaker, Ragad Tawfiq Abdulrab, data analyst from Thawani Pay, to introduce her topic on explainable AI for modern fintech.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my presentation today on explainable AI in modern fintech. So I'm hoping that in today's presentation you get a feel of how fintech has capability in AI. So there are a lot of applications of AI in fintech. We go from fraud detection to anti-money laundering to customer relationship management, and the list goes on and on. And so for today, I chose a very, very specific topic just to demonstrate the capability of AI in fintech. So the reason as to why our topic today is highly important is because fintech in Oman is still a very new area. It's still very young. And so we can further develop this field and this industry by leveraging AI. Okay, so as I mentioned, there are a lot of opportunities for AI in fintech. I chose to take the marketing route and to demonstrate how we can achieve and use AI in marketing in fintech specifically. So let's talk about the current challenges of AI in fintech. So currently, fintech companies are offering a wide range of products for a general mass market. And so customers right now are overloaded with all of these features. They're not sure which features work best for them, which features adhere to their financial needs. And so they're overwhelmed and they're not happy with using your fintech application. The other problem is that consumers today, it's not a problem, it's just that customers today expect to go through a personalized experience, to go through your fintech app and get that personalized feel. And at this point, they're not getting that. Finally, we have this global problem. So all fintech companies right now are using machine learning models that are considered black box models. Black box models are models that offer no sort of explainability. So customers are getting all of these predictions, they're getting all of these things that they don't know what the reason behind is. So all of these problems which I talked about today, they all revolve around the problem of having a lack of personalization or hyper-personalization. And personalization is very important, especially when it comes to fintech. So the way we're going to challenge this is by looking at a very specific implementation that's actually part of my current studies for a master's. So I'm going to take you through that. What we're going to do today is we're going to take customers' purchase history, and we're going to feed this data into a prediction model. The prediction model will then predict the personality traits of our customers. And through their personality traits, we're going to basically find the best products for their personalities, products within our fintech application. The reason as to why we're working with predicting personality traits is because studies has shown that your purchase history and your personality trait are very highly correlated. So just so that we're all on the same page, the title for today is Application of Explainable Reinforcement Learning Algorithm to Predict Personality Traits Based on Customer Spending Pattern. I'm not going to go through the exact way in which you can prepare your data because AI projects, it's a whole ecosystem, so we're not going to be able to go through every part of it. But the data we're dealing with is customer spending data and the categorization of every customer spending. I will go through the data modeling as well as explain what model explainability is. So the first thing is we're going to be using the reinforcement learning approach. So reinforcement learning, it's an approach that where the algorithm learns by doing. So it learns via trial and error and through the rewards and punishment it receives in the environment it's in. So for our specific use case, the best algorithm for this, or the algorithm that's actually recently been proven to be highly accurate, it's a deep deterministic policy gradient, a multi-agent algorithm. And it works well with customer purchase history to predict the personality traits of our customers. So what I failed to mention is that our agent for this algorithm are the personality traits of our customers. So there's this personality trait framework, and the 5 personalities that a customer can have is extroversion, agreeableness, conscientiousness, neuroticism, and openness. So each one of our customers are going to have these personality traits. And based on these personality traits, we're going to recommend them products. Okay, so I'm just going to show you what the output for, an example output for the algorithm is. So the spending patterns are separated into savings, property, stocks, and luxury. Obviously, this depends on your organization's separation of investments. The top bar, we have the personality traits. So the weight of each personality trait. We have openness, personality trait, conscientiousness, and so on. So if you look at the final column, the neuroticism personality trait has the highest weight on savings. So for this customer, there's a lot of weight on the savings category. So when it comes to marketing, we can market, for example, the buy now, pay later product within our fintech app. So this way we know what to target, what product to target. So with this algorithm, we tackled 2 problems. We tackled the first 2 problems. We're now left with the third problem, which is that machine learning algorithms are black box. So let me explain to you what explainability is. So explainability is demystifying your machine learning model. And when you demystify your machine learning model, it's making the predictions in human readable format. And so recently there have been a lot of frameworks which do that. So post training your model, you can use these frameworks. One of these frameworks are called SHAP. SHAP framework does model explainability, and with that you can solve a lot of problems. So when implementing AI, we have these concerns which come legal concerns, usability concerns. All of these concerns can be tackled when you have an explainable AI model. So right now, the fintech apps, what they're doing is that they're feeding their data into an AI model and then just giving you a prediction. What we want to do is add this extra layer of explainability. So feed your data into your machine learning model and then get the reason as to why these predictions are being made, and then get your final recommendation. And this is just going to build trust with your customers, trust and confidence, and that's exactly what we are aiming to do. So to conclude, my goal today here was to show you that there is a lot of opportunity to implement AI in fintech, and it's very doable from the amount of data we're collecting, and it is how we should move forward to further mature fintech in Oman. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you to all of our speakers. That was the end of our session. If anyone has any questions for the speakers, please come through. Any questions? Yeah, so that was the end of the session.
Thank you, everybody, for staying up until the end of the conference. We have a few giveaways for those who pulled it through, and I hope it was very useful. I really enjoyed the last presentation. That was very nice, Raghat, well done. And it's good to see young people coming forward and presenting their work and their understanding of what they're doing with big data analytics. So I'd like to pass the mic on to my colleague here. She'll introduce herself, and then we will pull out a draw, 3 draws, I think.
مساء الخير. أنا نبيلة من سبمارين تنظيم الرحلات. فاليوم إن شاء الله زي ما شفتوا الفقرة الرايقة يعني عندنا جوائز، فراح نعمل قرعة. الجائزة الأولى راح تكون من سيمي سبمارين، عبارة عن رحلة 3 hours، والجائزة الثانية راح تكون اشتراك في جيم رياضي، والجائزة الثالثة تبع يعني صيانة السيارات، يعني سيارتكم راح تصان يعني. فإن شاء الله وطبعا الشركات الموجودة هي اللي راح تقوم بهاي الهدايا. فالآن بنسوي قرعة وبنشوف من الفائز. عندنا 3 فائزين. There is 3 winners. So yes, please help me. Mr. Amr, you can choose for us the winners, please. يعني في الختام نريد فقرة شوية رايقة يعني. First winner, بسم الله. صبيحة القطيطي. Oh, and the last, okay. Could you write your number, please? It will help us. Okay. Second winner. No, yes. بس إذا ممكن بس تشرفينا ونسلم الشيء عشان التصوير وعشان تفرحين بعد. Okay. So this is the first things. سبمارين، رحلة بحرية 3 ساعات راح تكون في شبه الغواصة، ولازم أقول لكم شبه الغواصة هي الأولى من نوعها في الخليج. فهي عبارة عن يخت من على السطح، وفي غرفة فندقية 4 4 stars يعني رائعة تشوف الحياة البحرية. اوكي ايوه. So the second winner, please, عشان يكون عدل يعني. Okay, 45. F45 جيم. Yes. اشتراك رياضي. أحمد الجديدي. أحمد الجديدي. Where's أحمد الجديدي؟ يا أحمد يظهر. Okay. هذا هو أحمد. You think that? Okay. Okay. So the last winner, yeah, car service, yeah.
You help me, خلاص, next.
حمود ناصر البوسعيدي يعني رجل للمرة الثانية. احنا نريد ناصر المرأة ولكن المرة الثانية حمود ناصر البوسعيدي. اوكي لازم يكون موجود، اذا ما موجود خلاص. حمد ولا حمود؟
حمد.
سوري، حمد ناصر البوسعيدي. الواو.
I want to build to win.
So this is the last, yes? مبروك. شكرا لتعاونكم ومبروك الفائزين.
Congratulations all the winners and thank you everybody for attending the conference. Please enjoy lunch. Lunch is there in the same hall where we went for the coffee break. Please enjoy your lunch and network. And inshallah tomorrow morning we will start the conference sharp at 9 a.m. But please come at least by 8:45 so we can all start on time. Thank you so much and it was really wonderful having you all today. Thank you.